make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Howdy, 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 squirrel friends. How are y'all doing tonight? If you are on the East Coast of the US, Christmas Eve. Also, as I have learned, it is a rare occasion where Hanukkah falls on Christmas Day as well. So in that case, I suppose it's Hanukkah Eve as well for those of you guys who celebrate Hanukkah. But I hope you guys are all doing well. It is time. Guys, we are going to take a look at this appeal. My intention is to cover the whole thing, so it will be in multiple installments, as you can see here. 132 pages. Excellent. So very excited to get started with this. And just for fun, let's just give a shout out here to the road trip crew. Of course, we also have the road trip crew plus Lolly. And we also have the road trip crew plus Lolly plus Amber Heard, who is at the bottom of the totem pole there. Even the Lolly bird is trying to get away from her. So we also have a poop surprise. And of course, Alex's spirit animal, the naked shrimp weasel there. Okay, so first off, let's just take a look here. So we've got the caption here. So when you see respondent and appellant, so the case, of course, state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Now, it used to be that when you would run an appeal, because of the fact that whoever is appealing is now the moving party, they would flip the parties around. So, for example, it would have been in the olden days, Murdaugh v. South Carolina. But at some point that changed to avoid confusion, which I think is a good idea, so that everything along the way, whether it's through the trial or the appeals, whatever the case may be, it's always going to stay the same. But what you see here, respondent, that means they're the party responding to the appeal, right? An appellant is the person who is appealing. So of course, again, Murdaugh is the moving party here. So this is the initial brief of appellant. And you can see here, we've got Poot, we got Griffin, we got Barber, and all their information, of course, attorneys for appellant. And here's the table of contents. So what's really exciting about this is I believe this is the first appeal that I've covered on this channel. Pretty sure it is. So we're getting to take a look at, post-trial, right? A lot of times we've been covering documents that are pre-trial or things that are filed during trial. This is a very different situation. And of course, I should have mentioned, did I mention this already? This is being appealed to the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court of South Carolina. So I believe it was initially, of course, it has to be, it went through the appellate court, and that was, they swiftly sent it up to the Supreme Court. And I remember that happened pretty quickly, considering these things usually take a lot more time. But because of the whole thing with the Miss Becky shenanigans, I think that was part of it too. Time is a construct, as EDBO says, so it's hard to recall exactly when that was. I feel like it was a number of months ago. Yeah, maybe over the summer. Because what happened was the state of South Carolina agreed to hear the appeal, and the way that was translating was that something else was happening with the appeal, like they were arguing it or something, but it was just that they agreed to hear it. So, so we will be on the lookout though for oral argument, and hopefully they will have cameras, because that would be amazing. So, okay, so table of contents and then table of authorities. We'll go through all of this. So statement of facts. And here they're outlining their argument. So you can see here. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and take a look, since we're going in order, right? This is on page 2. We'll take a look at the outline for their argument. So 1, Murdaugh was denied his constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury free from outside influences. So that's their first argument. You always want to start with your strongest argument. Of course, that's dealing with Miss Becky. Subsection A, there's an irrebuttable presumption of prejudice when a state official secretly advocates a guilty verdict in the jury room during a criminal trial. Now, what's going to be really interesting, well, here it is. Keep reading, Chelsea, because as we know, there's that split, right, between the federal courts and the state courts. Now, this has to do with I believe it's the Fourth Circuit. I'm sure it'll be in here, court, which is the federal court of appeals that is in their jurisdiction. And strangely enough, where I live is in that same appellate court, like federal appellate court. So we're also in the Fourth Circuit. We're in the same circuit where I live and where they are. So in other words, because they're thinking, if you compare like apples to apples, right, in the appellate stage, the state appellate courts, I'll just review this for anyone hasn't heard this or hasn't learned this, that in South Carolina, when it comes to a public official influencing or, talking to the jury, right, Miss Becky in this case, as we heard in that hearing with Chief Justice Toll, that there's the two prongs that have to be met, right? The first is that words were spoken, there was interference or whatever, and then the second thing is that it influenced the verdict. Now, however, in the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, again, that's the federal level, you don't need that second prong. You only need the one prong. Did somebody say something? Done. New trial for you. Now, here's the reason why this is interesting, is because there has not been case law yet there's not been case law that would be considered binding upon the South Carolina state court levels, right? Like the trial court level or even the appellate court. There's not been any case law in the state, and there's also not been case law from the Supreme Court that would be binding on the state. So what do I mean by this? So what happens in the federal circuit courts, right? That's the Court of Appeals, is not binding on the state courts, even if they're in the same jurisdiction. Now, it can be persuasive, right? Which is why they argued it, right? With Chief Justice Toll, can be persuasive, but it is not binding. So for anything from a federal court level to be binding on a state court, it has to be the Supreme Court. So hopefully that makes sense as to why, and there's a process, right? It's going to go to the South Carolina Supreme Court first. And their hope, I'm sure, is that this will end up being then appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court and that the U.S. Supreme Court will actually hear this appeal. And if that were to happen, this is just saying hypothetically, if that were to happen, what would happen is the U.S. Supreme Court would then actually have to make a distinction on what prongs, if you will, what standard needs to be met. And if, for example, and if this were to happen, the hope would be, if you're Murdaugh, right, that they decide once and for all that the only thing that needs to happen is if a public official said anything, that's it, right? And then if that happens from the U.S. Supreme Court, that would apply to every court in the country, okay, federal or state, at every level. However, if they were to say, nope, you need the two prongs, it needs to show that it affected the verdict, then that would apply to every state and every court level in the country. So, and again, this is kind of it could be a case of a matter of first impression, because this is not a common issue, and it's something that the U.S. Supreme Court has not dealt with yet. If they had dealt with it, then we wouldn't be here because, well, they would still be, I'm sure they would still be making this appeal, right? But as far as these issues go, it would have been settled because that would have been the binding precedent. So the reason why, Chief Justice Toll, the mandatory binding authority she had to go with, right, the case law that's applicable for the state, was what the South Carolina Supreme Court and appellate courts had decided. And what they had decided and what they had held was the two prongs, right? So the only way you're going to get around that or have a change from that for, going forward for South Carolina or for any state that has the two prongs, right, is if a higher court, and it would have to be the U.S. Supreme Court, right, in this case, makes that decision once and for all, and then it would apply to everybody. So hopefully that makes sense. So, okay. So, one, the U.S. Supreme Court holds that in a criminal case, jury tampering is presumptively prejudicial. It's going to be really exciting to go through all this. Because again, I'm reading that, right? But what we know is that they have not made a ruling. There's not been a case where there's been holding on this specific issue. So it'll be interesting to see what they say here. The presumption of prejudice is irrebuttable when a state official tampers with the jury during a criminal trial about the merits of the case. And then subsection A, the state cannot rebut the presumption of prejudice by arguing Ms. Hill's jury tampering is harmless because secret advocacy for a guilty verdict in the jury room during a criminal trial by a state official is a structural error in the trial that cannot be harmless. Number 3, the trial court's finding, in scare quotes, that Ms. Hill's comments to jurors that were not overt as to opinion is unsupported by and contrary to the evidence in the record. 4, even if the presumption of prejudice were rebuttable, the state did not rebut or even attempt to rebut any presumption of prejudice in this case. And all that's true. What they haven't gotten to yet is the influence on the verdict, but I'm sure that is coming. So B, prejudice was proven at the evidentiary hearing. Now, the other thing, too, to think about, too, and we'll get into this, I'm sure, but when they say prejudice, I mean, so here, again, this is like what we see in the federal, the Fourth Circuit Court, the presumption of prejudice is irrebuttable. See, and the thing is, when you go with that standard, the presumption of prejudice, that's the presumption, right? So that's, again, why it doesn't, you're not even asking the question of, did it impact the verdict? So I wonder if they're just going to continue to argue the standard of the presumption of prejudice, because if you argue that, it doesn't take you to step 2, which is, did it impact the verdict? Okay. Roman numeral 2, the trial court allowed the state to introduce improper character evidence. Okay. So their second, remember, like I said, you start with your strongest appellate issue. The first issue, all of this that we just covered so far, all deals with the Miss Becky nonsense. Okay, now we're on to the second issue, okay? Or, grounds for appeal. And this has to do with, guess what? The character evidence, the 404B and 403. We heard a lot about it at the trial. So the trial court allowed the state to introduce improper character evidence and other irrelevant and unfairly prejudicial evidence that quote, infected the trial with unfairness as to make the resulting conviction a denial of the process. And the evidence of financial crimes, right? The state's theory that Murdaugh murdered his wife and son in cold blood to distract his law firm from investigating alleged financial improprieties is illogical, implausible, and unsupported by the evidence. Any probative value of the evidence concerning, so the probative versus prejudicial, we talk about this all the time on this channel. They're saying that it's substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice, right? So they're saying it was more prejudicial than probative. Murdaugh did not waive his objections to the financial crime evidence by testifying. And the trial court erred by concluding Murdaugh opened the door I don't know about that, to the financial crime evidence by questioning a witness about Murdaugh's relationship with Maggie and Paul. B, the state violated Murdaugh's due process rights by using his post-Miranda silence to impeach him. I don't know what that's about, but we will see. The trial court committed reversible error by allowing the state to introduce evidence of an unscientific experiment performed by an unqualified, that's the throwing of the phone around the office right there. However, that's not going to go anywhere because you know why? Y'all know if you've seen it. The defense did not object and they had their chance and they lost their chance because they said it's fine. He can be an expert. I think they weren't really it was Mr. Barber. I think he wasn't really paying attention to what the state was asking and they said it was fine. And it wasn't until they realized what was going on. By then it was too late. Okay, D, the trial court erred by admitting irrelevant and unreliable firearms evidence. So that's interesting. So they're going to be also claiming that there's problems with the guns. Allowing SLED's firearms examiner to provide unreliable and confusing opinion. I remember that fellow. He was delightful. I'm trying to remember his name. I'm sure we will see it. The trial court erred by allowing the state to introduce multiple guns seized from the Murdaugh's residence with no evidence linking the gun to the murders. Again, this is not going to go anywhere, I don't think. The trial court erred by allowing the state to introduce gunshot residue results of the raincoat. Now, the raincoat, yeah, I mean, that was iffy. The whole tarp raincoat debacle. Now, here's their table of authority. So what does this mean? This is all the case law that they will be referencing. So as you can see right here already, Fourth Circuit. So that's the federal. Now remember, it's not binding, right? It could be persuasive on them, on this court. And then they've got some South Carolina. So anything from South Carolina case law could be important. Also U.S. Supreme Court, right? Again, now we're talking California. So that's going to be persuasive. Mississippi persuasive. And we'll talk about all these as we get to them. So they're listing out all their table of authorities here. We'll go ahead and go past this. State v. Gilchrist. I recognize that. More Fourth Circuit. A lot of Fourth Circuit. Supreme Court case law there. Constitution, statutes, and rules. The SCRA. South Carolina Rules of Evidence. And then other authorities cited as well. All right, now we're on to the meat of the whole thing here. Statement of issues on appeal. 1. Is prejudice to the defendant's right to a fair trial presumed when a state official, footnote 1, in the trial court proceedings, the state objected to referring to former Colleton County Clerk of Court Rebecca Hill as a state official. Murdaugh does not mean that her improper motives or conduct should be imputed to the prosecution or law enforcement in this case, but it is inarguable that Ms. Hill acted in this case as an official of the state of South Carolina. She held an elected office created by Section 24, blah, blah. Her duties included summoning and paneling, managing the jury, and she was able to interact with the jurors in Mr. Murdaugh's murder trial only by virtue of her office. Okay. So where did the footnote go? Okay. So a state official secretly advocates a guilty verdict in the jury room during a criminal trial. 2, is prejudice to a defendant's right to a fair trial proven when it is found the state official tampered with the jury and a juror testifies the jury tampering influenced her verdict. Now remember, Juror Z walked that back afterwards. Did the trial court err by allowing cumulative and unfairly prejudicial evidence of financial crimes to be presented for over a week, purportedly as evidence of motive? 4. Did the trial court err in concluding that the defendant opened the door to evidence of financial crimes by questioning a witness about the defendant's relationship with his wife and son? 5. Did the defendant waive his right to object to the introduction of evidence of financial crimes by testifying? That one, I don't know what they're going to say about that. 6, and this is the other one that was like, I don't know what they mean about this, but did the trial court err by allowing the state to impeach the defendant with his post-Miranda silence? I don't know how you even do that. 7, did the trial court err by allowing a witness qualified as an expert in, oh my God, why is it being weird? An expert in extracting data from cell phones to testify about an experiment conducted during the trial, in which he sat alone in his office over a weekend, throwing a phone on the floor to see if the screen would come on when he collected no data regarding the results of the experiment, admitted he had no expertise regarding the aspect of the phone's operation, and admitted the results he reported from memory were not statistically significant. Yes, that is all one sentence for anyone who's wondering. 8, did the trial court err by allowing the state to distract from its failure to recover a murder weapon by allowing the state firearms examiner to offer an expert opinion based on a discredited Toolmark methodology and by allowing the admission of multiple firearms, blah, 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 blah. And then 9, did the trial court's cumulative evidentiary errors prejudice the defense right to a fair trial? Now remember, had the whole Miss Becky thing not come to light, then their strongest argument they would be starting with would be the 403 and 404 evidence. Statement of the case. On June 7th, 2021, Appellant Richard Alexander Murdaugh's wife, Maggie Murdaugh, and his younger son, Paul, were brutally murdered at the dog kennels on their rural family property in Colleton County. Murdaugh was indicted for the murders and for related firearms offenses on July 14th, 2022 by a Colleton County grand jury, and his jury trial commenced on January 23rd, 2023. The Honorable Clifton B. Newman presided. On March 2nd, 2023, Murdaugh was convicted of 2 counts of murder and 2 related firearms charges and sentenced to life without parole. He timely filed a notice of appeal from those convictions, and the appeal was docketed, blah, 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 blah. On September 5th, 2023, Murdaugh filed a motion to suspend the direct appeal and for leave to file a motion for a new trial based on after-discovered evidence of jury tampering by Rebecca Hill, the Colleton County Clerk of Court. The Court of Appeals entered an order granting the motion. Murdaugh thereafter filed a motion for a new trial in Colleton County. A 1-day evidentiary hearing concluded on January 29th, 2024. That was this year. That feels like a lifetime ago. And the trial court entered an order denying the motion for a new trial on April 4th, 2024. Mr. Murdaugh filed a notice of appeal of the order denying a new trial, and that appeal was docketed. On July 10th, he filed a motion to certify the jury tampering appeal to the Supreme Court. On August 13th, 2024, the court granted Murdaugh's motion to certify the jury tampering appeal. The Supreme Court also certified the direct appeal on its own motion. The two appeals were consolidated, and that's what we're seeing here. All righty, statements of facts. The murder investigation. On June 7, 2021 at 10:07 p.m., Appellant Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Alex or Murdaugh, called 911 and reported that he discovered his wife Maggie and son Paul had been shot badly. I'm sure you guys remember that. And were lying on the ground outside the dog kennels at his residence off Moselle Road in Colleton County, South Carolina. During the 911 call, Alex explained that he had been up to it now and it's bad. Alex further stated that he had just returned home from visiting his mother. Alex then informed the 911 operator that he was returning to his residence somewhat 1,100 feet away to get a gun because he feared for his safety. Alex then drove his 2021 Chevrolet Suburban to his residence, retrieved a 12-gauge shotgun, which he loaded with one 12-gauge shell and one 16-gauge shell. Alex returned to the kennels and waited for the first responders to arrive. That part's interesting, isn't it, that he did that? Deputies with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department arrived first, followed by Colleton County Fire and Rescue, and later Colleton County EMS. Colleton County Sheriff Buddy Hill, no relation to Becky Hill, by the way, I looked into it, requested that SLED take the lead in the investigation, and later in the night, SLED agents arrived on the scene. The first deputy on the scene secured the shotgun that Murdaugh had retrieved and briefly questioned Alex. Another deputy swabbed Murdaugh's hands for gunshot residue. A third deputy obtained a search warrant for the entire Moselle property, which consisted of approximately 1,700 acres of land, a main residence, the kennels, and a few outbuildings adjacent to the kennels. SLED agents then arrived on the scene and conducted a recorded interview of Alex in a SLED vehicle. Alex again explained that he had gone to visit his mother, who lived at the Almeda property, who lived in Almeda, approximately 13 miles away because his father had just been admitted to the hospital. Shout out to Flashman. Glad you're here, my friend. Awesome. We're just getting into this appeal. And luckily, this is a good place to join because they're giving us all the background of the case for those who didn't watch the trial. When Alex returned home, he expected to find Maggie and Paul inside the residence. When they were not there, he drove down to the kennels because that is where they had gone after dinner. I'm not going to push back on any of these because I'm just going to keep reading. Alex informed the officers that he had gone up to the bodies to check for signs of life, that he attempted to roll Paul over when he did. Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. Again, we covered all this during the trial coverage. Right, with the phone. In the chicken business. Alex put the phone on Paul's backside. Okay. Alex also explained that earlier in the evening, he and his son Paul rode the property. Again, we went through all this too with the trucks. Did some target shooting, and then met Maggie for supper at the residence. Maggie had been at a doctor's appointment in Charleston earlier in the day and returned home to be with Murdaugh and Paul rather than going to their Edisto beach house. Alex told the investigators that after dinner, Maggie went down to the kennels to let the dogs out, which she liked to do, and that Paul presumably went to the shop next to the kennels. Murdaugh stated he lay down on the sofa, nodded off for a short nap, and when he woke, they had not returned to the residence. Alex tried to call Maggie to let her know he was going to check on his mother, but she did not answer, so he texted her instead. Shouldn't that say in addition to? En route to his mother's house, Alex called his son Buster to check in. Yeah, he was a busy bee with those phone calls, wasn't he? Buster to check in on him, tried calling his father, and called friend and fellow attorney Chris Wilson. Remember, the state was like, that's him trying to establish an alibi. Buster and Chris Wilson would later testify that there was nothing unusual in their conversations with Alex. Alex visited, well, of course, too, we could say because he was so used to lying all the time. Alex visited with his mother for about 15 to 20 minutes, at least they're conceding that, and then returned to Moselle. Alex's mother's caregiver, Shelley Smith, was present during Alex's visit, later testified that Alex sat on the bed next to his mother, that he was not acting out of the ordinary, that he was his normal fidgety self, and that he did not have any blood on his clothing or shoes. Well, we know he likely changed clothes and shoes. Murdaugh needs bias. You know, I would love to see what would happen. I mean, I feel like there's some cases, right, where there's, you know, I don't know, that bias could have even, as much as he's the best, I don't know that there's much he could have done here. But, you know, it would have been interesting to see for sure how that would have gone. Following the recorded interview, Murdaugh was directed to the residence where his family and law partners were located. SLED agents followed Murdaugh into the residence and took possession of the clothes and shoes he was wearing. An agent also conducted a brief walkthrough of the residence the following day, checked the drains of the bathtubs and sinks for sign of blood, and there were none. Of course, as you guys know, my thought is that he probably hosed himself down at the kennels. As we know, there was already water running when he arrived. The agents concluded that Maggie was shot and killed with an AR-type weapon known as a 300 Blackout, and that Paul was shot and killed with a 12-gauge shotgun. Accordingly, SLED agents seized every 12-gauge shotgun and the only 300 Blackout located in the residence. Of course, as we know, the actual murder weapons were never found. I'm sure they will mention that. Also, the next morning, June 8th, 2021, SLED and the Colleton County Sheriff's Department issued a joint press release stating that the public did not have any reason to be concerned for their safety. Alex was immediately identified as the one and only suspect in this brutal homicide. I don't know that it was immediately, actually, I can say for a fact, it was not immediately. It was like much later, months and months. It wasn't until like that second interview that he had with them. And that was August of 2021. So that was, yeah, like 3 months after. SLED's chief investigator and multiple other agents testified that they conduct homicide investigations concentrically. Concentrically. Okay, there we go. Drawing a theoretical circle around the crime scene and then try to eliminate the individuals from within the circle. Well, we hear that all the time. From the moment the investigation began, Alex was the only one and the only person, was the one and only person within this investigative circle, and the agents did not eliminate him. I think the reason they're trying to say that is to say they didn't actually suspect him. However, that contradicts what they literally said here, which, like I said, this isn't accurate anyway. It wasn't immediate, but you know what? It's their fault if they don't catch the issues in their own appellate brief, right? Because like, because even if you assume that to be the case, right, this contradicts it, right? That's not that he suspected him. It's that they just couldn't eliminate him. Anyway, Alex was not eliminated from the investigative circle, and no one was ever included within it because SLED and the Colleton County Sheriff's investigators botched the investigation. The first responders from the Colleton County Sheriff's Department walked through the crime scene and into the feed room where Paul was shot, trampling bloody footprints at the scene. Possibly the perpetrators with their own footprints. There were noticeable tire tracks in the wet grass that did not match any of the Murdaugh vehicles that were not followed or investigated. SLED crime scene forensic agents did not even attempt to lift fingerprints from the feed room doors, doorknobs, or entrance area where Paul was murdered. The SLED DNA lab identified DNA from an unknown male under Maggie's fingertips. However, SLED never submitted this DNA to the national database, CODIS, for a potential match. I will just say, for anyone who's not watched this trial, Alex says during his initial interview that same night, right, with law enforcement, and he maintained the same thing when he testified on the stand, over and over again, never wavered, that there was nobody else there, which is odd, right? Because it's like, that was his opportunity to suggest it could have been anybody else, right? And again, his own suggestion was like, it had to be because of the boat case. But whenever he was asked, or even he just offered it, of course, he was just running his mouth, you know, there was no one else there, right? He said it over and over again. And it's like, well, all right. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Flash. So, well, having said that, I mean, discovery is important, but, you know, just depends on what they're talking about. Anyway, although Alex was at the center of the investigation, SLED did not search his mother's residence and property, Almeda. Now, that's the only thing that maybe they, well, not the only thing. That's one of the bigger things that they could have done that they didn't do. They didn't search Almeda. For the murder weapons or any other evidence, SLED agents only conducted a cursory search at Moselle, which did not reveal any evidence linking Alex to the murders. Most significantly, SLED allowed the location data from Maggie's cell phone to be overwritten after SLED recovered the phone. Maggie's phone was found approximately 1.5 miles from the Moselle property, about 15 feet off the shoulder of the road in a wooded area. Whoever tossed the phone to this location was evidently present when Maggie was murdered and took the phone from her dead body. Alex repeatedly asked SLED to check the location data on Maggie's phone. We've covered all this because I just have thoughts. Against his own phone, which would show that the two phones were not traveling together. When Maggie's phone was located using Alex's other son Buster's shared location service with Maggie's phone, SLED agents unlocked Maggie's phone with the password provided by Alex. Again, oh, he's just trying to be helpful, right? After unlocking the phone, SLED agents put their phone in airplane mode and transported it to Columbia. Although the phone was in airplane mode, it was still recording GPS location information. When SLED finally extracted data from Maggie's phone 8 days after it was recovered, the location data from the night of the murders had been overwritten and erased because it only went back 6 days. This would have been avoided if SLED had put Maggie's phone in a Faraday bag, a basic cell phone forensic protocol that blocks GPS signals, or failing that, simply turned it off. Right, if they turned it off, that would have been enough as well. All right. I wonder in here, is it going to mention that Poot waved a gun, or pointed a gun, rather, prosecution table? Probably not. The indictment and trial. On July 14th, 2022, the state obtained an indictment from a Colleton County grand jury for 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of using a firearm during the commission of a violent crime. The lead case agent made at least 2 material statements to the grand jury when presenting. Oh, we just talked about this. What was this? This was actually during Shannon Gardner. We talked about this at the last Shannon Gardner coverage that we did about what happens if you make a false statement or whatever, right? To a grand jury. I referenced this and I was like, yeah, for some reason it was found to not be important. This is good because now we're going to remember what happened. First, the agent incorrectly testified that SLED located, and by the way, this is Dave Owens that they're talking about here. The agent incorrectly testified that SLED located multiple shotguns loaded with a combination of buckshot followed by birdshot at Murdaugh's residence. Right. I think it was something like it was the other way around, birdshot followed by buckshot. I mean, you can see why it wasn't like a intentionally reckless or even accidentally reckless. It was just a mistake, right? I would say. Besides, like the words buckshot and birdshot, if you counted those in the trial, it'd probably be like over 500,000. I mean, you know, it'd be easy to, especially because they will start with B's, easy to just swap them on accident. Anyway, this is the same combination that was used to murder Paul, who was shot first with buckshot through the chest and then with steel birdshot into his head. At trial, the agent was confronted with this misrepresentation that he made to Alex during an interview, and the agent simply explained he is allowed to use trickery. Oh, interesting, while interrogating a subject. When asked if he was using trickery when he made the same false statement to the jury, the agent then claimed that he was mistaken in his testimony. Second, the agent incorrectly testified before the grand jury that the clothes Alex was wearing when law enforcement arrived on the scene, which were later collected by SLED, had high-velocity blood spatter, which placed... Now, this is the whole thing, right? Because we know that there was an issue with the expert and all that, and there's no way to know, really. SLED had sent photos of Alex's clothes to a so-called, blood spatter expert in Oklahoma for analysis. This expert issued an initial report stating there was no evidence of blood spatter on Alex's clothes. Not satisfied, SLED agents flew to Oklahoma for an in-person meeting with this expert, who immediately issued a revised report concluding that Alex's shirt did in fact have high-velocity blood spatter stains. Now, notably, I will say none of this matters because none of this came in at trial. So I guess their point is to try to say there was another false statement made, right, by David Owens. But during pretrial discovery, SLED produced its lab notes and other reports in response to a subpoena, which had not previously been provided to the defense from the Attorney General's production. This SLED production contained a report which was definitively determined that there was in fact no human blood on the shirt Alex was wearing the night of the murders. As a result, Murdaugh moved to exclude this expert from testifying as to his blood spatter opinions, alleging the state had fabricated the blood spatter evidence. Well, the state decided they didn't want to use them, is what I recall. Okay, the state never responded to the motion or denied fabricating the evidence. Instead, it abandoned the expert right at trial and instead argued that Murdaugh changed his clothes after the murders. Well, we know he changed his clothes because of what he was wearing. Anyway, the state's forensic evidence presented at trial failed to link Alex to Maggie and Paul's murder. All experts agreed that Paul was initially shot through his chest while he was standing inside the small feed room, and the second kill shot was to his head. The shot blew open Paul's skull, causing his brain to first hit the ceiling of the feed room and then land just outside the door next to Paul's lifeless body. The person who killed Paul would have been covered in blood. Again, I think he hosed off at the kennels. Anyway, Maggie, on the other hand, appeared to be shot from further away, and the murderer would not have received much, if any, blood on or about his or her body. Hi, Candace. Happy you're here. Wiped out from cutting vegetables. Understandable. Okay, gotcha. We'll probably watch it anyway, just, you know. Okay, so glad you guys are here. So yes, similarly, there were only 2 particles of gunshot residue on Murdaugh's hands. 3 particles were found on his shirt, 3 particles on his shorts, no particles on his shoes, and a single particle on the seat buckle in the Chevrolet Suburban that Murdaugh was driving. These minimal findings are consistent with Alex retrieving the shotgun, which is, you know, in my opinion, why he went and did that for personal protection after approaching the bodies that he had when first responders arrived. Also, trace amounts of Maggie's blood were on the steering wheel of the Suburban and the shotgun that Murdaugh retrieved, which is consistent with Alex touching her body to check signs of life. Yeah, we know he never did that. Sorry. The state introduced ballistic expert opinion testimony over objection and after a counsel hearing. The SLED forensic. Now, I just want to reiterate. So, because in my mind, I'm like, there's a lot that I disagree with in here in terms of they're stating the facts of what happened that night, right? Or as they see it, I should say. But here's the thing: when it comes to these appellate courts, which the Supreme Court is the South Carolina Supreme Court is an appellate court, right? Just a higher appellate court than the regular appellate court level. They're not going to be delving into the accuracy of these statements. So I'm just pointing that out for our own peace of mind here, that this is just giving them background, because their job is to look at the legal issues that we discussed when they outlined their issues on appeal. So whether or not, I mean, again, a lot of this is like, it's immaterial for this purpose, right? So in other words, when you look at the issues that they're stating, it doesn't make a difference, even if you assume all of this is accurate and true, or if you assume all of it's false, doesn't make a difference in terms of their issues on appeal. They're just giving them the background, although they likely already are familiar with it. But, the SLED forensic ballistics witness did not offer an opinion as to whether any of the shotguns or the 300 blackout seized from the Moselle property were used to murder Maggie or Paul. Instead, the ballistics witness testified that the same shotgun fired both shells that killed Paul. The witness also testified that because the 300 blackout shell casings found near Maggie's body had sufficiently similar extraction marks to 300 blackout shell casings found near the Murdaugh residence and at the shooting range, the same weapon must have extracted all three sets of casings. Now, I will say something here. Remember, so Toolmark analysis, right? Toolmark analysis is really considered to be kind of a soft science these days, right, guys? So, that came up a lot when it came to Delphi. Now, here's what I will say about this, is that the difference between, for example, this set of weapons, and now you can't do Toolmark analysis on a shotgun, but you can do it for, like, in this case, the 300 blackout. So the difference here, though, right, is that doing the Toolmark analysis on something like a 300 blackout versus whatever the weapon they believe was used in the Delphi murders, which I don't even remember what it was, but it was something very common, a really common handgun that, is just run of the mill. And same thing with the ammunition, all very standard. In other words, it really could be like, in the area alone, right, of Delphi, there's countless people who would have that same weapon and use that same ammo, right, ammunition. However, here, I think for the reason why, and again, the expert who testified was excellent, but you're dealing with here a really unique firearm, if you will, the 300 blackout, which is, again, it's unusual, and the ammunition was unusual. It's not something you see all the time. In fact, these were custom made, and their family had, I think it ended up being 3 of them, right? Because the whole thing, or one went missing. Yeah, they had 3 of them. But it's not a common firearm. And add to that the fact that, this is on their property, where their property was like, we've been there. We've done multiple field trips. It's in the middle of nowhere. So in other words, I just think you have to take all that into account again, but none of this really matters for the actual South Carolina Supreme Court as they're going through this. But yeah, so to the 300 blackout shell casings found near the Murdaugh residence and at the shooting range on the Murdaugh property, the same weapon must have extracted all 3 casings. To reach this conclusion, and now they're referencing the tarp raincoat. To reach this conclusion, the expert necessarily had to presume, without any supporting test studies or data, that every 300 blackout manufacturer in the world makes singularly unique extraction marks. And again, we know that no 2 firearms do that, right? But here, that's not really accurate in this case, because again, it's not like when you say every and then insert firearm here. It's not like a firearm where there's like 50 trillion of them made, like, for example, some run-of-the-mill handgun, for example, again, like in the Delphi trial. Here, it's like everyone manufactured in the world. I don't know the number, but it's not many, okay? So there's that. SLED cell phone forensic examiner testified regarding the data captured on Maggie, Paul, and Alex's phones. Wait, no, that's not the cell phone throwing around thing. Sorry, I got excited, got ahead of myself. So the data captured on the phone. Significantly, Maggie's phone registered an orientation change. We covered this at length between 90612 and 90620, meaning that the phone was physically rotated during that period. This orientation change occurred while Alex was calling Maggie's phone. Furthermore, while this orientation change was occurring, Maggie's phone was not recording footsteps, yet Alex's phone was. The SLED cell phone forensic evidence witness conceded that he would expect to find recorded steps on Maggie's phone if the same person possessed both Maggie's and Alex's phones when the orientation change occurred. According to the defense cell phone forensic witness, this orientation change occurred when the cell phone was tossed to the side of Moselle Road, about 1/2 mile from the entry to the kennels. Furthermore, OnStar data from Murdaugh Suburban indicates that he passed the location where Maggie's phone was tossed at approximately 9:08:36 p.m., approximately 2 minutes after the orientation change and 96 seconds after the screen on Maggie's phone went dark, and remained dark until Murdaugh arrived at his mother's home. The defense cell phone expert testified that iPhones have a raise to wake feature, which was active on Maggie's phone and which causes the screen to illuminate in response to the slight movement of being picked up from a table or seat. A phone, and that expert was excellent as well. A phone that illuminates whenever it is picked up certainly would illuminate when thrown from a vehicle moving 42 miles per hour. Alex, therefore, could not have had Maggie's phone when it was thrown on the roadside. And I'm trying to remember what they ended up rebutting about this whole thing with the illumination, but I can't recall specifically. But we went through all that in every painstaking detail. After the defense cell phone expert testified, a deputy with the Charleston, and I'm trying to remember, I think maybe what it was that the defense expert didn't have the exact same type of phone, and that the Apple, that might be what it was. The iOS system had changed and it was different back then. I think that might have been what it was, but of course the defense isn't going to mention that. After the defense cell phone expert testified, a deputy with the Charleston County Sheriff's Department spent the weekend with in his office tossing an iPhone. There it is, onto the floor of his office to test whether the phone would illuminate. Based on this unscientific experiment, he concluded that the cell phone will illuminate if it is gently moved, but not if it is violently moved. The state was allowed to present this deputy's testimony. They could have objected, and they didn't. They dropped the ball. It says over objection. Okay, but the objection was made after he was already admitted as an expert in testifying. So that's misleading. Over objection too late, rather, in its rebuttal case. The state also entered Paul's cell phone and its extracted data into evidence. SLED cell phone forensics witness located a video on Paul's phone taken on the night of the murders, the Kennel video. The video is of Cash. I wonder, are we going to see a still image of Cash? Probably. Are we going to see an image of Bubba? Hopefully. Owned by family friend Rogan Gibson, Paul contacted Rogan expressing concern about Cash's tail. Rogan requested Paul send him a video of the tail. In the video, Paul, Maggie, and a third person, Alex, can be heard speaking in the background. Rogan and numerous other witnesses identified this third person's voice as Alex's. Just for the sake of this, these are the sounds, of course, from this video.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. There's a chicken. It's a guinea.
All right. The video portrayed a family going about their normal routine without any sign of trouble or hostility, as you guys just heard. However, the video contradicted Alex's statements made to law enforcement and others that he stayed inside the residence following supper, briefly napped on the couch, and then went to visit his mother and never went down to the kennels. At least they are conceding that. I've never heard anyone say Judge Newman wasn't good. Everyone I thought loved Judge Newman. Shout out to Super Planner Girl and shout out to Heather. Glad you're here, Super Planner Girl. Just in time for some Murdaugh shenanigans. The Mangione, the federal complaint is available. That is available. And as I've mentioned, we could go over that if you guys are interested. I would be happy to go over that, but I know a lot of people have covered it. Thank you. Super Planner Girl says, Alex identified the voice as Alex. Accurate. Thank you. Accurate. Yes. Oh man, his testimony on the stand was one for the books. I don't even have the words. It's like, I don't know how it could ever be outdone if there is a second trial. That's why I'm like, I really hope there's not another trial, because how are they ever going to outdo that first trial? Because it was literally a miracle. That whole trial was a miracle that can never be replicated. And the chicken business. Okay. So, however, the video, right. Can't reread this part. Right to right. Okay, Heather, I have a question for you, sweetheart. I don't know why I just called you sweetheart. I've been teaching a lot of lessons all day, and I get used to saying sweetheart to my students. So actually, I had a lesson tonight who was he's a junior in high school, a boy, right? So, I don't know, 16, 17 years old. And I accidentally called him sweetheart. So anyway, just ignore me. But I had a question for you real quick about the dates, because when I was going back and doing timestamps for the most recent BK live stream, I remembered that you had said that from another live stream, that the Othram, that the DNA, they got the results of the DNA on November the 20th, and that they had the receipt or the invoice for November 29th. Do you remember? Is that, because I wrote it down and I put it's on the thing. And the reason I was thinking about this is because when I was doing the timestamps, that's when I realized that the Othram invoice that we looked at last night, right? The one recovered from Kevin Fixler, says December the 29th. Let me double check. But I know it says that, but I'm always double checking everything. So actually, here you go. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. Date of issue, date due. I'm an idiot. Never mind. I'm stupid. There it is. I just answered my own. Okay. Date of issue, November 29th, date due. Never mind. Okay, November. So I'll make sure I mention that on the next BK live stream, just because I want to make sure that everybody doesn't I keep getting November and December confused, because there's a lot of mentions of those months in that trial, or, in the pretrial litigation. So, okay, never mind. November 29th. I wonder, where did you get the 20th from, though? Okay, let me put a note here. So never mind, on December. So, my brain, so I saw this and brain went to this. That's what happened there. So I apologize. Never mind. But I still would be curious where you've got the date of the 20th, because I couldn't find that. But all right, that was just a quick question for Heather that I wanted to write. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm blind. Just ignore me. Right, I know. It's a lot of dates. And as we know, the timeline on that is a complete mess anyway. Okay, thank you. Also, if you haven't joined the Discord, that would be super awesome, because that's so much easier to share documents and to communicate. And I've got a thread on there for BK as well. And all the other, most of the other cases have threads. But yeah, that would be, if you're interested, I would love to have that as well to our options available. So, okay. Oh my God, here we go. The OnStar data. Oh my God. This was incredible. In the middle of the trial, SLED was notified by General Motors that it had the OnStar data for the night of the murders for Murdaugh's Suburban. This data was introduced into evidence and corroborated Alex's. Wait. Back up. What? Sorry, what? They're saying it corroborated. Okay, keep reading. Corroborated his statements that he went directly to and from. Right. Okay. If you're going to say it corroborated his statements and you limit that to he went to and from his without stopping or taking any detours. Okay. No one ever said he did. Like, that's the best. Okay. I'll give you that. Right. Like, that's the best you can get from that, of like what was corroborated by that. Although, again, no one ever said he didn't do that, but okay. Wow. Additionally, the state presented over objection 10 witnesses who testified over a span of 6 days about financial crimes. Shout out to Mark Tinsley, Murdaugh committed, which involved more than 19 victims as evidence of Alex's alleged motive for killing Maggie and Paul. Specifically, Jeannie Seckinger, she was a freaking badass. The chief financial officer of the Murdaugh law firm, where Alex was a partner, testified that on the afternoon of June 7th, she spoke with Alex about a fee. Oh, we know that the firm should have received from a trucking accident lawsuit in which Alex co-counseled with Chris Wilson. Oh my God, I can picture all of this so well in my head. An attorney from another firm. The law firm received an expense check from the Wilson firm, but not a fee check. Alex's paralegal contacted Wilson's paralegal to ask about the fee and was informed that Alex had already received the fee. Alex was first asked about the missing fee a month or so earlier. Seckinger testified that when she asked Alex again about the missing fee on June 7th, he was hostile at first, but then went into his office with her to discuss the situation. By the way, for all you peeps who were here during Murdaugh coverage, DSN popped in the other night during Shannon Gardner coverage. So he's finally come back from his long sports hiatus. Hopefully he will be back again soon. I was hoping he would join us for this, but it should give notifications, Flash fan. It should. I think everybody else gets them. It should give notifications. I mean, I get notifications even, which I'm like, I don't need to be notified, but it does it automatically. But yes, shout out to DSN. Also last night or yesterday or the day before, Kit Smiths was here. And then there was another day recently where Fender was here, just some of the OG Squirrel Crew peeps. And Candace is OG Squirrel Crew, who's always here and is here tonight, although she might have fallen asleep after her long day of chopping vegetables. Okay, but just in terms of people who were with us during Murdaugh. Okay, so Alex was insisting that Wilson still had the fee in his trust account. During this conversation, Alex received a phone call saying that his father was being admitted back to the hospital with a poor prognosis. When Alex received this call, second juror testified that she stopped her inquiry and offered Alex sympathy as a friend. The state's theory at trial was that this confrontation, combined with the pressure of an upcoming motion to compel a hearing scheduled later in the week in a boating accident lawsuit in which Alex was a defendant, and extensive financial information was being sought from Alex, prompted Alex to murder Maggie and Paul to distract from the inquiry about the missing funds. The trial court also allowed the state over objection to introduce evidence involving 3 different and more extensive financial fraud schemes that had not ever been suspected at the time of the murders. Second juror testified that in September 2021, 3 months after the murders, she was running a report of Alex's cases and discovered that Alex had been depositing client settlement funds made payable to Fake Forge. Shout out to Fake Forge and Michael Gunn, a well-known structured settlement firm, into a fake Forge. There it is. Oh my God. The way that this makes me so happy right now, because I love it. This is my favorite trial. Fake Forge. Yes. Oh my God. We're getting all the keywords. Account that Alex opened at Bank of America. The state also presented evidence that Russell Lafitte, who is getting a new trial for anyone who hasn't heard of, Palmetto State Bank, diverted settlement proceeds deposited into estate and conservatorship accounts to Alex. Lastly, the state presented Alex evidence that Alex diverted more than $4 million paid on his behalf to, finally, we're getting to the Gloria Satterfield, estate of Gloria Satterfield, the Murdaugh housekeeper, to settle an insurance claim brought against Alex for her death. And, we started covering that. I still need to finish that at some point too. Overall, the jury received evidence in this murder trial over a 6-day period that Murdaugh defrauded at least 19 clients of more than $9 million. Jesus Christ. I forgot it was that much. Oh, I have heard that before, that there's something about iPads being weird with YouTube, and I don't know about Discord, but YouTube notifications. I've heard people comment on that. I'm trying to remember who it was. Like, I know there's been people saying that if you're on an iPad, you can't tag people, for example, like in the chat. So I don't know. It is insane. It is indeed insane. Do I still have, let me see if I still have this. I've got a whole folder. Let me see for any of you guys who are new, because you guys might enjoy seeing. I mean, I would say that Murdaugh is, it's my specialty trial, if you will. Where is, let me see. Did I not save? Oh, wrong folder. Oh, I didn't save the red beard. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I thought I had a thing separately for the red beard. It might be on an external hard drive, because the red beard video is crucial for anyone who hasn't seen that. Got overlooked by literally everybody else, to my knowledge. Somehow got completely just overlooked. But we can, if you guys want to see that, I can find a way to pull it up. I'd probably have to just pull it up through YouTube, which is fine, right? I can do that all the time these days, because it's kind of nuts. Okay. So now I kind of want to pull it up. See, now I'm talking about it. Let me just see here. Yeah, Murdaugh is just, it is, yeah. It is really, there's nothing else like it at all. Let me just see here. Come on, mouse. Let me just see if I can pull it up. It's like if I talk about it, well, then there's no point if I don't play it, right? I mean, because oh, there's all the Duffy Heard videos. Okay, I found it. Okay, so okay, hang on. Let me show this to you guys. So let me do this. This is a good refresher anyway for all of us. So okay, unshare, reshare. Y'all ready? We haven't watched this together. For those of you guys who have seen this, it's been a while, huh? All right, you guys ready?
There's a piece of property that I own with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it. And he did some work up there digging some ditches.
When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
That's after the murders.
And that property, where's it at, Hughie? Just
It's off of United Road.
Y'all ready? Y'all
United
ready?
Drive.
Y'all ready?
okay.
I think it's called Redbeard and 0 United Drive.
I'm getting goosebumps already. That's the location right there where the X is. That's what it looks like from the road. Now here comes the best part. You guys ready? The tractor. Because Cousin Eddie was doing some work, digging some ditches. There's the tractor. You got an ad? I don't know how you got an ad. That doesn't make an ad for Twitter. I don't know. It's not a Twitter video. I don't have Twitter. So this is on my YouTube channel, but we used this when I was covering the trial. You know, I made a lot of video exhibits, and this is one thing that we used, but I also just made it a separate video because I thought it was important and epic. And we did a lot of field tripping around Redbeard, and the only way to get in there, as we learned, would be on horseback. So, and there is actually stables over there. Like that's the only thing out there apart from that, just woods and swamp, right? Is there's stables. And I rode horses growing up. And so like, literally I'm like, I had a little half thought of like, if I ever got to South Carolina, you know, I could be like, hey, like I'm here to ride horses, right? Pack like a folding shovel, right? You know, we could even bring the whole squirrel crew, right? And then it's like, get on horseback and like, come, you know, and then go take a look, because I have thoughts about these ditches that were being dug up here. As we know, things that were never found, right? The money, for one, at least some of it, the clothes, the guns, things of that nature. And literally, it's just this. And Cousin Eddie was up there digging ditches in the months after the murders. So, yeah. Okay, so now let me go back to the appeal. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you don't have YouTube Premium, you know, YouTube will put ads. I mean, that's just what, you know, they do. But if you have YouTube Premium, you shouldn't have ads. But I don't even know I don't know if you're referencing you got an ad during the live stream. I don't know how that, I don't think that's allowed even if you don't have YouTube Premium, because I have it all turned off. So I don't know. Okay. When Alex was confronted by his law partners about the fake forge account scheme in September 2021, he admitted his misconduct, confessed to stealing the money to support a severe opioid addiction. Okay, another thing, guys, for any of you guys who were here, let's have a trip down memory lane. And for any of you guys who weren't here, I called the Sunrise Clinic that he went to in Florida. I called them, and I did this on the live stream with the phone call of me calling them. and asking questions and pretending I have an opioid addiction, essentially, so that I could try to ask questions and get information. That was one of the funniest fucking things that's ever happened. And it was so hard for me to do that and not laugh. I remember that day so vividly because that was the same day that I was researching all the railroad tracks. And I realized two things that morning. Like, that was the morning that I realized that the Sunrise Clinic in Florida where he went also happens to be surrounded by railroad tracks and railroad and like what? Like, it blows my mind still. And I will never get over that. And that was the same day that I also called the Sunrise Clinic and talked to them. And anyway, that was so epic. That was so epic. Oh my God. Wait, you don't have premium? I mean, yeah, I'm saying if you don't have premium, YouTube can put ads whenever it wants, I think. Oh, again, yeah, I feel like it shouldn't do it if I don't know. I mean, is anybody else having that trouble? That's very weird. Okay, so the opioid addiction, though. The opioid addiction. And resigned from the firm. A few days later, Alex's drug supplier, Curtis Eddie Smith. I mean, again, I have to just not stop and challenge everything in here because we will never get through this page of this. I have to just say, you know what? It doesn't matter. Just keep reading. Because again, this South Carolina Supreme Court is just getting background. I don't have to challenge all of it. But it's just so hard. That's what she said. Curtis Eddie Smith shot Murdaugh in the head, penetrating and fracturing his skull. Sorry. This whole thing, the roadside incident, right? Good God. Oh, what a mess. And an assisted suicide attempt. Ugh. My theory on that is potentially, was this when Alex was maybe meeting up with him to try to give him the murder weapons to take to Redbeard and bury them in a ditch? Maybe. Alex survived the gunshot, was admitted to the hospital in Savannah, and later entered a drug treatment facility in Atlanta, which is where he was temporarily until he went to Florida. But they own it. It's the same place because I call it the Sunrise place. They have a location in Atlanta and a location in Florida. It's the same place. Alex testified at trial in his own defense. Oh boy, did he, people. Oh my God. Oh my God. And denied killing Maggie and Paul. Yup, he surely did. Paw. Shout out to Paw. Alex admitted that he was at the kennels with them and he lied. He had lied to law enforcement and others regarding the whereabouts after dinner. Alex explained that he had lied because of drug-induced paranoia. Wait. Thank you for saying that in the appeal, because guess what? Guess what, guys? We have a thing. Hang on. Speaking of drug-induced paranoia.
The paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills.
We don't mess around here, Squirrel Crew. Dude is effing bonkers. Yep, agreed. Also, Heather, I was thinking about this today. As I was doing the timestamps, I was wondering, I wonder how Stevie B's, how the Elf on the Shelf thing went. Have you talked to him today? I think he might have joined the Discord, but I don't know, because it's not the same username, so I don't know for sure who all joined last night. But I was wondering how the Elf on the Shelf thing went, because I was thinking about that, and I was like, that is such a cute game. I need to tell my niece and my nephew about that. So yeah, dude is bonkers for sure, though. Okay. And after having lied that he could, sorry, it just gets worse or better, depending on how you want to look at it. It's like a B movie. It just gets better. After having lied that he continued to lie because of paranoia, distrust for SLED, shout out to SLED, and concern that he was the center of the focus of the investigation. We have all kinds of commands that are Murdaugh related, of course. Alex testified that he and Paul rode around the property. They rode the property. And when Maggie arrived home, they all met at the residence for supper. Alex took a shower and changed clothes and ate dinner with them. Didn't he take 5 showers that day? Maggie asked him to go to the kennels after dinner, and he initially declined, as we know. A short time late, and here's our Nightbot popping in here with the SLED command. A short time later, he drove down into the kennels in a golf cart. Debatable, because he felt bad that he rejected her request. When Alex arrived at the kennels, things were somewhat chaotic. Bubba, their yellow Labrador retriever, chased and caught a chicken.
is a chicken.
Oh, we also have this one.
It's a house.
You guys have probably heard that before because that's one of my favorite things from the 911 call. That it's a house. It's a house. Oh my God. You remember what I said earlier? I mean, you guys may not have been here, but like at the very beginning of this appeal, I was like, please, dear Lord, how are we going to hear about Bubba? Sure enough, doesn't disappoint. I'm loving this. You guys, when Alex arrived at the kennels, things were somewhat chaotic. Bubba, their yellow Labrador retriever, chased and caught a chicken. Bubba brought the chicken to Alex, and he took it from the dog's mouth, placed the chicken on top of the animal cage, then immediately drove back to the house in the golf cart. We're at the heart of the chicken business, that series that we went through so much during the coverage. I have a lot of thoughts about this and how all this went. Wow, just flashbacks. After a few minutes, Alex decided to drive to his mother's home in Almeda to check on her. Alex left the Moselle residence, going out the main entrance, did not ride by the kennels. Alex never heard any gunshots at the time. Footnote 4. The defense yeah, this was all so stupid and pointless. Whatever. I'm not even going to read the footnote because it doesn't deserve it. Alex also admitted to the financial crimes about which the state presented evidence in his case. Alex testified that he stole money from the law firm and clients to support his severe opiate. You know, the thing is this, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. The question we have to ask ourselves is what is it that is so bad that he's covering? That it is better for him to make up having a drug addiction, make up getting shot in the head and the whole fake suicide thing. And I'm sure the only person in the history of the planet to check himself into rehab without, in my opinion, ever having an opioid addiction, to go to rehab without having an opioid addiction, just to try to prove that you have an opioid addiction, because you having an opioid addiction is better than whatever you're actually fucking hiding. And that's just the brief version of all the things. I'm just shaking I'm shaking my head, but that doesn't make a sound. So we're going to have to do this the right way. All right. I'm ready now. I'm ready. Alex had been struggling with opioid addiction for over 20 years, which started when he was prescribed opioids for pain relief after knee surgery. We looked into this. There was no record of any such knee surgery, and neither was any presented at trial. Alex also testified that he was not concerned about second jurors' questioning of him regarding the attorney's fee, and that the upcoming hearing on the motion to compel was not worrisome either. Alex's attorney in the boating lawsuit, Dawes Cook, also testified that the upcoming hearing was a routine matter and not especially concerning. And then enter Tinsley. In addition, Mark Tinsley, the plaintiff's counsel in the boating case, conceded this is not exactly accurate. Keep reading. Can't stop at everything. To occur at the motion hearing scheduled for June 10th, 3 days after the murders. I think my battery is dying on my goat, but that doesn't surprise me. During closing arguments, the defense argued that the state's theory was Murdaugh would murder his wife and son to distract from the financial inquiry. That was a total fabrication, unbelievable. In response, the prosecutor argued that the jury could disregard their motive theory and find Murdaugh guilty because the state is, well, that's true. They don't have to prove motive, and you know that, Mr. Harpootlian. Also, speaking of Mr. Harpootlian, time for a poot surprise. Were you guys surprised? The Tampered jury verdict. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Am I ready for this? Do-do-do-dum, boom, 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 boom. You're always craving chicken, Flash. Doesn't surprise me. Flash said that sound effect got a strange look. Which one? The goat? Well, there's been a lot of sound effects tonight. The goat or the chicken or the bird in the mouth, or it's a house. There's so many. After 6 weeks of trial, the case was submitted to the jury at around 3:45 p.m. This is like one of the quickest verdicts of any trial that people have ever heard of. The verdict was returned early that evening. It was like less than 2.5 hours. They don't say that though. Jurors' television interviews indicate the actual, okay, well, never mind. Deliberations took less than 1 hour. Murdaugh was sentenced to life in prison without, I mean, they had to fill out the forms and that takes time. Otherwise, it would have been quicker. On August 1st, 2023, the then Colleton County Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, published a book, Behind the Doors of Justice, about Mr. Murdaugh's trial. She'd been planning to write a book about the trial before it ever began. Evid Haggardurgara. She repeatedly said during the trial that a guilty verdict would sell more books. Well, remember this. Well, okay. Again, I can't push back on everything. She needed a lake house. That sounded like a joke. Okay. Anyway, the book caused some jurors to come forward to describe Miss Hill's efforts to obtain her desired guilty verdict through jury tampering during trial. Jurors stated that after the state rested and the defense began its case, Miss Hill entered the jury rooms, often telling jurors not to let the defense throw you all off. You guys, we know she said y'all. I don't buy this for 1 second because we know she would have said y'all or distract you or mislead you. And she probably said y'all as well there. And telling them not to be fooled by Mr. Murdaugh's testimony in his own defense. The thing is like, it didn't need to be said. And that's the thing. She must have thought he was going to do better than he did. Murdaugh's motion for a new trial. On September 5th, 2023, Mr. Murdaugh filed a motion to suspend his appeal and for leave to file a motion for a new trial based on the evidence of Miss Hill's jury tampering. The court granted the motion, and Mr. Murdaugh filed his motion for a new trial on October 27th. On November 1st, he petitioned the Supreme Court for a writ of prohibition to Judge Newman. Shout out to Judge Newman. By the way, we've got a Judge Newman as well here, don't we?
Bring the jury.
There he is. From adjudicating the new trial motion based on public statements, they denied the petition as moot. Rhymes with poot. Because Judge, you know what? From now on, whenever I hear moot, which we hear a lot in regards to trials, I'm going to think of poot. Because Judge Newman recused himself from hearing the new trial motion. Chief Justice, appointed retired, blah, blah, blah. Chief Justice Toll. She was awesome. I loved her. The trial court ordered an evidentiary hearing, and the parties submitted extensive briefing in advance of the hearing. The trial court held a pre-hearing procedure to determine who has the burden of proof in this matter and what must be shown to meet that burden of proof, and what must then be shown to contest what has been shown and proved. That sounds like legalese if I've never heard it. At this initial hearing, the trial court ruled that Mr. Murdaugh bears the burden. Okay, now we're getting into the prongs, which I mentioned at the outset, of proving actual prejudice in the verdict rendered. So remember, we were talking about this before, the actual prejudice. So proving actual prejudice, so that would mean that it influenced your verdict, right? It further ruled that Mr. Murdaugh would not be permitted to call any witnesses, including eyewitnesses to Miss Hill's jury tampering, or to examine any jurors called by the court. Instead, the trial court would call and itself examine each juror. The only other witness would be Miss Hill, and any cross-examination of her would be strictly limited. Was it strictly limited? I mean, I guess by South Carolina standards, I feel like it was a wide open field day, but I guess by South Carolina standards, it's like they could have asked about her mama and what they made for dinner, normally, if not limited. On January 24th, 2024, the trial court communicated its proposed questions to jurors to the parties. Mr. Murdaugh's counsel objected to the questions and to the rulings made at the hearing by the letter dated blah, blah. Letter from Poot. Yes. The trial court reconsidered its trial rulings and allowed Mr. Murdaugh to call the alternate juror. Shout out to Rhonda and Barnwell County Clerk Rhonda McElveen, and allowed the parties an opportunity for cross-examination of witnesses who were not deliberating jurors. So they got what they wanted somewhat there. The evidentiary hearing was held on January 29th, which again, I cannot believe that was this year. That blows my mind. A single juror testified one business day earlier, right, because of a scheduling conflict. That's funny. Michael Peterson. God, there's so many. Oh, you mean from the North Carolina trial? Michael Peterson? The jurors identified by anonymous letters testified as follows. Yay, I'm so glad we're reviewing this because this is important. Jurors, trying to pronounce this. Let's see, I can try better. Sorry. CFLEOYWQ and K testified that they did not hear Ms. Hill comment on the merits of the case before the verdict. All right. Juror P testified that he heard Ms. Hill tell jurors regarding Murdaugh's decision to testify to his own defense to watch his body language. Juror P said it did not affect his verdict. Juror X testified that she heard Ms. Hill comment regarding Murdaugh's decision to testify in his own defense, that it was a rare day for a defendant to testify in a criminal case, and it was an epic day. Did not affect her verdict. Juror Z. And Juror Z was the wild card, and I just about died when this happened. I'll never fucking forget it. Testified that she heard Ms. Hill comment regarding Murdaugh's decision to testify in his own defense, to watch his actions and to watch him closely. Juror Z testified that the comments did affect her verdict. but she walked it back afterwards. All right. And they're going to include a transcript. All right. Was your verdict influenced in any way by the communications of the clerk of court in this case? Yes, ma'am. And I died. I literally died. I screamed so loud I scared my dog. And how was it influenced? To me, it felt like she made it seem like he was already guilty. All right. And I understand that. That's the tenor of the remarks she made. But did that affect? So again, the reason she's asking, this makes sense to me, right? Because she had already commented they didn't include the full thing, right? But that the talking to them, behind the scenes or whatever, that it might have made him seem like he was guilty, but that doesn't necessarily mean it affects your verdict, right? So this statement does to me indicate that she is confused, because the question was, how did it affect your verdict? And she's not saying directly to that. She's just saying what she had already said, right? So that's why she's saying, I understand that was the tenor, but that affect your finding of guilty. And then she does say, yes, ma'am. Wait, they're missing something, because she walked it back. I guess they're just leaving that out. I thought that it was after the second time they asked the question, she said no. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm remembering it wrong. Well, not okay. So again, this feels like a lifetime ago, not the same year, but right. So what it was that they, right. No, she did say yes, ma'am. And then what it was there was something else that she had said. I'm sure they'll have to include it, I would think. Right, the affidavit. And then it was like, what do you think was more? Okay, so the trial court then examined Juror Z regarding her affidavit, right, attached to Murdaugh's motion for a new trial, and she affirmed each paragraph therein, including, and that was Poot's mistake, because Poot wanted that affidavit in, God only knows why, that during the trial, Ms. Hill told the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Murdaugh's attorneys, which I understood to mean that he would lie when he testified. And this is just, again, including more quotes about what we've already heard. The trial court then asked, this is the part I was looking for. All right, Juror Z, I asked you previously what was your verdict on March 2nd. Was it influenced in any way by communications from Becky Hill, the clerk of court? You answered yes, in light of what you said in the affidavit, which is, I had questions, right, about Mr. Murdaugh's guilt, but voted guilty because I felt pressured by our other jurors. That was in her affidavit. Is that answer that I just read a more accurate statement of how you felt? Poot objects. Too bad, so sad. You wanted that affidavit and you got it. Court overruled. Yes, ma'am. All right. So do you stand by the affidavit? Yes, ma'am. Very good. It's interesting to note that Juror Z's attorney is like lifetime buddies with Poot and was also at the trial every single day in the gallery. After Juror Z left the courtroom, Murdaugh's counsel objected. I remember this so well. This was insane. Poot said, Your Honor, we objected to the questioning because this juror gave two statements in her oath, one in an affidavit and one here to you today. The one here, he wanted the affidavit in. What the fuck? Right. No, I remember. Yeah. I think it was, wasn't it Henry Lee? I know he was an expert in that case. By the way, the other dude though, no, sorry. I'm getting it mixed up. It was actually that dude. So the dude who I'm thinking of studied under Henry Lee. He was one of the experts in this trial for the defense, though. What was his name? Something Bach, like B-A-C-H, Springbach, or I'm trying to remember. But yeah, that dude was the dude that almost suggested that the shooters in the defense's theory were 5'4", 11-year-old assassins that they were hiding in the ceiling. That dude, he was obliterated. And he also was, I think that's who was the expert in that case, actually. So if I cover it, we'll get to see him again. Okay, Mr. Arpullian, the one she gave in the affidavit 6 months ago was based on jurors. It could be both. It could be both. Your Honor picked out the one in the affidavit from 6 months ago and said that is a more accurate statement. That presupposes and suggests to her what she should say. And we believe that this juror's testimony, and Your Honor, I'm afraid what you're going to say is, well, she said in the affidavit, what she said in the affidavit was more accurate than what she testified under oath here today, and therefore I'm not going to consider her testimony. I think that's where we're heading here. I'd ask you to bring her back in. Oh my God, this was so insane. And remember how Poot kept trying to still get the egg lady to come in and she kept saying no? Oh, it was so funny. Justice Toll was not having any of his bullshit. I'd ask you to bring her back in and explain to her there's nothing wrong with it both being true. I declined to do that, and I overruled the objection. She was like, I'm not playing with you, Poot. Sit down. Later during the hearing, Juror Z, through her own counsel, right, this whole thing, and her own counsel had just had a fucking heart attack. Do you guys remember this? Like the day before, or something insane? Because at some point, Justice Toll even says to him, please don't tucker yourself out because we don't want you to have another heart. Like, that was insane. This day was insane. As par for the course as it comes to Murdaugh, right? Through her own counsel, provided an affidavit averring. I would like to clarify, this whole thing was so... So, like, they have all this go down, right? And then she meets with her attorney, and then she's like, hey, I want to... Passing a little note or whatever, or like, it was an email or something, I think. But this is insane. As I testified, I felt like... I mean, if it's not... If ever you want, what does it look like when somebody's being influenced by outside, like, external sources? Like, that's what this looks like, people, right? Trying to have it both ways. As I testified, I felt influenced to find Mr. Murdaugh guilty by reason of Miss Hill's remarks before I entered the jury room. Once deliberations began, as I stated in paragraph 10 of my earlier update, I felt further additional pressure to reach the guilty verdict. Although the trial court introduced Juror Z's pre-hearing affidavit and evidence on its own motion, it refused to... Well, because they concocted this like over the lunch break. Fucking hell. He wanted to bring her back in for like a 5th time that day or whatever, not to mention the egg lady, who has written a book and I think is intending to write a sequel. Miss Hill testified after the jurors. She denied engaging in any jury tampering. She also denied that that was wild. She wanted a guilty verdict to promote book sales. She admitted that she plagiarized. The plagiarizing was also a whole thing. Oh, God. That was the icing on the cake of the whole fucking shit show. The plagiarism, that came out. Good God. What a fucking mess. It's hard to even remember all of the levels of mess because there's like just so much. We're approximately $100,000. She admitted that the book contained unfounded statements, included for I can't. Literary ease. Examination by the trial court revealed that imagine if you're on the Supreme Court, and let's pretend that you live in another galaxy where you've not heard of this case. You would be reading this and you'd be like, no. Sorry, this isn't real. This is a movie. This is the plot for a movie, but no one would believe this in real life. Like, this is too much. Like, whoever wrote this movie plot needs to get their act together. Like, they wouldn't believe this is real life. I'm reading it now, and I've been here since day one. From the day that those murders happened, I've been covering this and following this. And I'm still looking at this like, how is this happening? How is this possible? Like, this is just so insane. Everything is so insane. During direct examination of questioning a juror during the murder trial was not truthful, and she did not want a guilty verdict. Oh my God, it's just so insane. Barnwell County Clerk of Court. Oh, so it's a different. Okay, never mind. So maybe there was an expert who didn't lie, but I know that the guy I'm thinking of did testify in that trial. Barnwell County Clerk of Court, Rhonda, shout out to Rhonda, said that she wanted a guilty, right? We've spent enough time on this, okay? We know. This is already, we got it. It's fine. Like, why are you spending so much of your appeal on the guilty? Like, I mean, I guess when I say it out loud, I'm like, oh, right, that's why. Having said that, it only matters if you change the standard, right? Because her wanting a guilty verdict is not enough unless the Supreme Court of the United States says it is, okay? This has an overlap too with BK, like we were talking about yesterday with the IGG, where, it's interesting because there's like 2 cases that I'm covering right now, right? Where it's like, they both have issues that have a really good likelihood of making it to the Supreme Court. I would say between the 2, BK has a higher chance. I think there's no way around that. I thought about it and reflected on it more even as I was, again, doing the timestamp since last night's live stream. And because initially my thought was like, sorry, I'm not going to side tangent. We'll talk about that in the next BK live stream. But basically, it's just funny how there's like, because, that's not very often, right? But just right now, I've got 2. I mean, there could be more, like, who knows what other issues could come up in these other trials, right? But at least as we are here in December of 2024, I think that both Murdaugh and BK are very, very, very much strong candidates, if not definite candidates, to go to the U.S. Supreme Court. Okay. The final witness was alternate juror 741. She testified that Miss Hill told the jurors the defense is about to do their side, do their side. Love it. And they're going to say things that will try to confuse you, but don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. Freaking hilarious, right? After the conclusion of the hearing, the trial court ruled from the bench. I find that the clerk of court is not completely credible as a witness. No. Adobe. I loved this. Miss Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. She wanted to write a book about the trial and expressed that as early as November 22, long before the trial began. She denies that this is so, but I find that she stated blah, blah. She made comments about Murdaugh's demeanor as he testified, and she made some of those comments before he testified to at least one and maybe more jurors. The clerk of court allowed public attention in the moment to overcome her duty. The siren call of celebrity. The trial court nevertheless denied the motion for a new trial, reasoning that there is no presumption of prejudice from. Right. Because, dude, Pooh, you know, though, right? You know. Okay, keep reading. No presumption of prejudice from tampering with jurors during a trial about the matter pending before the jury, and Murdaugh failed to prove that Miss Hill's comments changed the jury's verdict. And that's why the Juror Z thing was so insane, and that's why I died. As I've said, I am now a ghost of myself, because once that yes happened, it's like, that's it. That meets that second prong as per the South Carolina state standard, right? And then it was resurrected, thank God. And therefore, I was resurrected as a squirrel ghost, as I am now today. The trial court discounted the testimony of Juror Z, who said Miss Hill's comments did affect her verdict because she was ambivalent in her testimony, and a state-drafted written order entered 66 days after the ruling from the bench. The trial court further ruled in passing that this court also finds that any possible presumption of prejudice was overcome without any reference to any evidence presented at the evidentiary hearing. Murdaugh timely appealed the order, blah, blah, blah. Miss Hill resigned from office. Right. The State Ethics Commission, right. The ethics complaints, that's a whole thing. Craziness, insanity. And we covered that, actually. We did. We covered that. We covered this as well. Because there's a lot of craziness in there, and there's a lot of tea. Standard of review. Now, this is the exciting part for those of you guys who are law nerds, like hardcore. Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. This is what matters. This is the case law, right? Now, what are they going to say? And this is where, again, like looking into the future, it's like, as we know, there's no binding mandatory case law upon this court in South Carolina, right? That would tell them you only need the one prong. But that's why potential boop, 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 up to U.S. Supreme Court. All right. The decision whether to grant a new trial rests within the sound discretion of the trial court and was reviewed for an abuse of discretion. Stating, so this would be a South Carolina appellate court. An abuse of discretion arises in cases in which the judge issuing the order was controlled by some error of law, or where the order, based upon factual or distinguished from legal conclusions, is without evidentiary support. Now, here's the thing. This is not common, right? We know. We have seen judges abuse the fuck out of discretion, and like that is an understatement, right? Y'all can name a million, as can I, right? Even just in recent memory. And we know that somehow, very rarely, right, are they going to actually ruffle the feathers, rock the boat, whatever you want to call it. Because, you know, that's just how it is. So it's interesting that they're kind of starting with this, because it's really not, well, we'll see where it goes. In my opinion, I don't think you're going to get very far unless there's maybe some specific to South Carolina case law, like a lot of it that's like really all about, like maybe South Carolina is an anomaly, right? And they really hate it when there's an abuse of discretion. Like, seems like that should be the case, but we just never see that. Like judges abuse their discretion and then they just go about their merry day somehow. All right. When it is asserted that the trial court's order was controlled by an error of law, a question of law is presented and a standard review is plenary and without deference to the trial court. Okay, let's break this down. So when it is asserted, well, who is making the assertion, right? Because Are they saying that their assertion is enough? So that the trial court's order was controlled by an error of law. This sounds to me like when this is found, this sounds to me like this would be something that would be found by an appellate court. And that's when you would have a standard of review. But let's just see what they say. And again, because again, this part 2 about without deference to the trial court. So that sounds like that would be an appellate court level. When review, keep reading, check it out. Yep. When reviewing the trial court's decision, the appellate court, there it is, may not make its own findings a fact if the trial court's findings are reasonably supported by the evidence. Now, again, that is like what we are used to seeing. And that's Cochran. Is that the same Cochran? Is that Johnny Cochran? Did he do a case in South Carolina? One of you guys in the crew, if you feel like looking that up. I mean, there could be more than one Cochran, but there we go. So this is from a South Carolina Court of Appeals. Now, we don't know which case it is, but it's South Carolina Court of Appeals. So if you were to search like South Carolina Court of Appeals, Cochran, or you could even enter this exact site, you will find which Cochran potentially. That's just one way you could go about it. Anyway, if you feel like it. The appellate court does not, quote, the appellate court does not reevaluate facts based on, like I said, right? And the whole thing with the facts, I'm like, just keep reading because they're not going to be going around. They're not going to go through and pick out the problems there. They just, it doesn't matter for them. They just assume it's all true. Even if it's not, it doesn't matter. They're looking at the matters of law. So they don't reevaluate the facts based on its own view of the evidence. Yeah. But simply determines whether the trial judge's ruling is supported by any evidence. Yeah. But in reviewing mixed questions of law and fact, where the evidence supports but one reasonable inference, the question becomes a matter of law for the court. Right. Which is why, again, like I said, similarly, a trial court's ruling on the admission or exclusion of evidence when the ruling is based on the South Carolina Rules of Evidence, SCRIMP, is reviewed under an abuse of discretion standard. You know what's funny is that whenever I say SCRIMP, kind of like how I say FCRIMP, you know what's funny is that when I say SCRIMP, it works out really well for Alex's spirit animal, which rhymes because of shrimp, scrimp and shrimp. Weasel. Okay. A trial court acts outside its discretion when the ruling is not supported by the evidence or is controlled by an error of law. And they're just citing a bunch more case law here. The trial court ruling on the admission or exclusion of evidence. I think what they're trying to get into now, maybe, I don't know why, it seems like there should have been another heading, but it seems like they're going to be getting into the 403, 403, 404B evidence problem that they, outlined in their issues section of the table of contents, issues on appeal. I wonder if that's where they're going with this. Argument. I love it when they do bold all caps. Why not underline in italics as well, right? I mean, why stop here? Like, why stop here? Can't we just go all out? And can't we just underline in italics as well? Thank you, Flash. Okay. The trial court found Miss Hill tampered with the jury during Murdaugh's murder trial. Yeah. The only evidence the state presented contradicting sworn testimony describing the tampering was Miss Hill's own denial, which the court found not credible. Trial court found that she was motivated by a desire to sell books. It's the siren call of celebrity. And that's my best attempt at like a South Carolina accent. And she allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty. And one juror, well, yeah, again, but okay, keep reading. I haven't been to your channel yet. Is it literally your name? I'm speaking of literally. I haven't been to your channel yet. But having said that, here's the thing. I have, turns out when you cover stuff on your own and live stream pretty much every day, sometimes twice or 3 times in a day, and do all that, the time you have to watch other channels is minimal, which is why, like I was describing yesterday, if I'm like raking leaves, right? It's like, okay, I'll catch up on like, one of the law tubers or whatever, but I will definitely check it out. But yeah, we love the drama here. So for sure. Okay. Thank you for looking it up. It's a different Cochran. Now we know. Thank you. A 1963 case of all things. Pooch. Taking us back to 1963. Oh my God. Why? Well, it doesn't surprise me, but it's still fucking funny. Yeah, you may have noticed too, like in my thumbnails, I love the different fonts. Like I love getting to play around with that too. Like I'm a big fan of the different fonts as well. Oh, that's awesome. Well done. Heather says her last video got 15,000 views the first day. Awesome. Congrats on that. What editing software do you use, just out of curiosity? I'm assuming you use some sort of editing software for the videos. Because I don't think you're live streaming, correct? You're just doing you're doing videos. Okay, so but the trial court nonetheless denied the motion for a new trial by committing legal error. Well, and by abusing its discretion. The trial court erred when it refused to presume that jury tampering during trial by a state official. Advocating a guilty verdict is prejudicial to the right of the accused to a fair trial when it held that the deliberate jury tampering by this is a long sentence, state official seeking a guilty verdict was harmless because this is still going. In its opinion, the correct verdict was rendered regardless. So the sentence is this long. The trial court abused its discretion when finding that Ms. Hull's tampering did not affect the jury's verdict despite a juror's uncontradicted testimony that her verdict was affected. The court should therefore reverse the trial court's order denying Murdaugh's motion for a new trial, vacate Murdaugh's murder. I mean, come on. They have the same first four letters, M-U-R-D, and firearms convictions, and remand for a new trial. Kapka. Okay, cool. I have not heard of that, but I'm kind of thinking I might want to use something else. Well, having said that, it doesn't matter anyway when StreamYard just isn't working with video files right now. So, oh, that's awesome. I'm the same way, Heather. I think we have a lot in common. I also have something similar, 350 markers within reach. Yup. Same. Yup. Every type. Marker, permanent marker, gel highlighters, by the way, are the shit. I use this for sheet music with my students. And then I've got the 50 trillion pack of the Bic, Pilot G2 pens. They had a sale at Target, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago for literally every color that they make. And it was on it was an opportunity that was once of a lifetime that I could never pass up. And I will have every type of color of this pen for as long. It will probably even get passed along. I think it'll outlive me, to be honest. There's so many. But totally all about the colors for sure. Do I not have a section for Murdaugh in Discord? I might not have a section. And you know what? It's so funny because back when I don't remember when I made the Discord, but when I made it, it wouldn't probably have been necessary because so the first trial I covered was Depp v. Heard. And then I didn't expect to cover anything else, but people kept asking, what are you going to do next? Right. So I was like, well, it's going to have to be Murdaugh because what else am I going to do with all this useless knowledge that I have about the case and Murdaugh? And you know what I mean? It's it was just the obvious next thing. So by the time that was happening, that was only so I probably don't. So I haven't actually made a thread for every trial I've covered. So yeah, there might not be one. I guess I probably should do that, huh? Make a thread for every trial. But I started making the threads though, when it was I had more trials, you know what I mean? To where it became kind of warranted. Yeah. By the way, guys, I talk about this a lot, but for anyone who doesn't know, Target, okay. They have it going on with the pickup orders, and they started doing this during COVID, when everyone had to do it, but they still do it. And here's the thing, for anyone who doesn't know, I will just say that with every other pickup, for example, if you compare to say Walmart or others, Walgreens, I don't know, whoever else is still doing pickup, there's a minimum order, right? For you to do a pickup order. Target, no minimum. It's free. For example, if I do a pickup order for a box of baking soda for 97 cents, it is ready. Their guarantee is within 2 hours, even though you don't pay anything for this, right? It's free. It's within 2 hours, but usually it's within 30 minutes. And there's no minimum for the order. And you just go and then you type in the app, I'm here, where your parking spot, and they bring it out to your car. It's magical. Literally today alone, because of Christmas shopping and stuff, I think I went to the Target 3 times for pickup orders, and I've got another one I got to go get tomorrow morning. But the app is awesome. I'm just saying, I'm not sponsored, but freaking Target, man. There was a time where Target used to be more expensive. So it wasn't worth using. And then it all changed during COVID. I don't know what happened, but they started out with the Target Circle where there's all these sales and like there's so many deals and like coupons on the app, and it's all free. You don't pay anything for it. That literally, I'm not even joking. Seriously, I don't even use Walmart anymore. And oftentimes it's still cheaper than like Amazon. Like if you were to compare prices like on Target, cheaper than Walmart, cheaper than Amazon. And honestly, I would say more convenient if you live near Target, which I happen to live near. I've went across the street, but because of the fact that like, yeah, well, Amazon Prime, like overnight or same day can be like within 2 hours. Good luck beating that. You know what I mean? Anyway, thank you, Flash. Yeah, I do think I will cover Michael Peterson because it's a North Carolina case. And, you know, it just makes perfect sense. And no one's covered it. Now this is like a thing that apparently I'm doing where it's like, there's a lot of trials that I cover that no one's covered on YouTube somehow. And Michael Peterson is one of those. And yeah, North Carolina. So, and also there's a lot of overlap because of there's a lot of people in that case that have overlaps, like I said, with the experts and stuff. They're in other trials. So it's a small world. All right, there's an irrebuttable presumption of prejudice. It's just really funny that Poot uses this word so much because it's just like the but is like really obvious, I feel like. I mean, can't you say irrefutable and then not make it as distracting? Just kidding. Presumption of prejudice when a state official secretly advocates a guilty verdict in the jury room during a criminal trial. All right. I mean, this is where they're going to have trouble, right? Okay. Again, have trouble as it pertains to this court, but again, where they could succeed on up the ladder at the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court. The trial court identified the wrong legal standard to decide Murdaugh's motion for a new trial. No, I mean, just not so. But I guess you're going to make the argument. When a state official communicates with jurors about a criminal case during a trial, the law presumes that tampering was prejudicial to the defendant's right to a fair trial. The burden shifts to the state to show that communication was harmless. The state can meet that burden, for example, by showing communication did not concern the merits of the case, that it was favorable to the defendant, or that it never reached a deliberating juror. So, for example, like if Becky had just said like, "Oh, I like your shoe" or something. But where it is proven that there was improper communication by court official or jurors about the merits of the case before them, ex parte advocacy, oh my God, by a state official, the presumption is irrebuttable. Again, with this word. Wait, generate image? Hold on. Of all the times Adobe is annoying, now I'm like, wait, what does this do? Let's find out together. Oh, it's going to generate. That's not, never mind. I thought it was going to, oh my God, generate an image of irrebuttable. Like, how would you make that? Oh, it is doing it. Never mind. It is doing it. It is doing it. It's doing what I thought it would do. Holy shit. Is it going to be, can you guys see this? Hold on. You guys have to see this. Is it going to show butts? Like, this is what I'm like, what is it going to show? Here, hold on. This is what it's doing. It's generating an image of irrebuttable. Look, what's it going to be, guys? What are you going to do, Adobe? AI is going to try to make an image of irrebuttable. Huh? What? Okay. For anybody who thinks AI's got it all figured out, clearly not. Because either it should have been something about butts or it should have been like an example of two people arguing and one person winning or something. I don't know. How would you guys, if you had to think of like, let's say that you're playing that game, right? What, Pictionary or something? Like you're playing that game where you have to draw the thing. How would you guys draw this word? Like what picture would you generate of this word? Either butts, but what about if it wasn't butts? I'm curious. But why this? I mean, it's nice artwork, but like, how is it relevant, right? Objection relevance. Hey, Adobe, objection relevance. SBI. SBI. What is it? Oh, in North Carolina? No, what is it? Is that State Bureau of Investigations? I mean, usually they do the state's initials, if that's what it is. I feel like that could be a lot of things. I mean, we got two birds, we got a fish, and I don't even know what this thing is at the bottom. Like, what is this? I mean, again, what's funny, it's all the same art, like theme. Like, is this all the same artist? I guess the artist is AI. But honestly, Nightbot would not have disappointed if Nightbot was if you're relying on Nightbot for this, because Nightbot rocks. This is interesting. I'm kind of curious. Can we try more words? Let's try this. This is a fun game. What word? You guys choose what words. What words should we do? I don't know that we can do curse words, although maybe. I don't know. Okay, it is the State Bureau of Investigation. Okay. So yeah, that's so funny because like if you look like Colorado Bureau, it's like CBI, right? Or like, there's other examples. So like I figured it would have been NCBI, but I didn't know we had one. So they just put state. That's funny. Objection relevant. Yes, accurate. Yes, right. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if we do objection. Are we going to get, is it going to look similar? Is it going to be the same artist? Is it going to be, what are we going to get? This is so fun. Yeah, I did not know we had a State Bureau investigation. Huh. Now, see, this is more on point. But also, though, guys, seriously, what do you guys make of the females in these? And why is it that the only one without severe cleavage is the one with her eyes crossed out or her face crossed out? And then the other two, like, why? Like, I don't know. Interesting, right? This is interesting. This is very interesting to me that this is what we're getting. What does this say about something? And what word is that? What word is that? Unk. Oh, can you guys see this? Let me see if I can I zoom in? It says, oh, should it say stop or like I object? What the hell? It's not a real word. It says ONC exclamation point. Incredible. What about the boobs though? Like, you see what I mean? Like, what? And I guess you could say we've got two white women, one white dude, and then I don't know. This could be this lady here. She could be white or not white. But again, I'm just thinking about in terms of like, I don't know. You guys see what I mean? It's interesting. Oh, uncle, that's a good guess. Yeah, it's missing the L and the E, but thank you. That Heather is giving AI the benefit of the doubt. Thank you for that, Heather, for giving AI the benefit of the doubt that it meant well. It meant well. It just doesn't, it's still learning how to, AI is trying to learn how to spell, and it got halfway there. Well, no, it got, what is that? 60% of the way there. If you think 5 letters, 20% for each, it got 60% of the way there. We're missing the last 40%. So, I don't know, C minus? A for effort? I don't know. What is AI thinking? Great question. You know what? How self-aware is it? Let's try this. I have an idea. How self-aware are you, AI? I'm going to search for AI. Sorry, this is fun. How self-aware are you? Anybody who was here for the Murdaugh appeal, we're still doing it. We're just on a little aside. And we're back to this. Interesting. But this time, instead of birds, we get mountains, towers. What is, like, look at that. That is interesting. That's very interesting. It kind of looks like it's supposed to be planet Earth, but like we're missing some shit. Wow. Also very phallic at the bottom half. I guess that one too. Jesus Christ. This is insane. What is I don't know what that is. Is that I don't know what that is. If that's I don't, by the way, in case you guys, I don't use like Twitter or Snapchat or Instagram. So there's things that most people might know of that if there are things on there, I probably don't know. It is very, it definitely gives Wizard of Oz, doesn't it? On the bottom ones, for sure. Yep. The Emerald City. Yeah. Right. What if let's see what happens if we do, this is fun. Let's try Wizard. Oh, I want to do Squinguin too, because I wonder if it's going to be able to figure out what a Squinguin is. I mean, easy, right? But yeah, this is kind of what I would expect. Again, though, y'all, the lady, right? Look at this. It's like they're giving for the females, right? Like what would be popular from like 17-year-old male gamers or something. You see what I mean? Like even the ones with objection, right? It's like, I don't know. What's the word that I'm looking for besides offensive? There's another word. I mean, stereotypical. I don't know. It's just, I would have thought it would have, I mean, it's like AI. If AI was like operating back in like, I don't know, the 1950s or something. I don't know. Okay, let's try squinguin. You guys let me know if you want me to do any certain words in the chat. Like, let me know in the chat if you want me to do any certain words. Am I gonna break AI? Okay. I don't know is how does it get to this, right? Like, how does it take this word and get to this? Now, kind of with the squirrel, but okay, like mandala, like, I don't know. I just don't know how it got. I don't know. Very interesting. It's like, it makes me want to ask the question, like, what's going on inside the mind of the AI to come up with this? Like, what is going on? Try the word matrix. You got it. We make things happen here, people. Meanwhile, Flash is still actually on topic, talking about trials at least. But you know what? Right now we're seeing, ooh, wow. Oh my gosh. That's pretty cool, huh? I kind of like this one, especially because this is like, got a really nice, like supportive of LGBTQ, although I'm sure that wasn't AI's purpose because as we saw the other images it was generating for humans, but how cool. Shout out to all the LGBTQ peeps and whatever, I think there's like a plus and some others, but yes, love everybody. We love colors too. We love colors and we love all the colors of all the things. Animals, nature, people, markers, everything. Wow, cool. Do you guys have a favorite? Yeah. So again, Flash staying on topic. Right, he took an Alfred plea. Yeah. Thank you, Flash. Right, the Alfred plea. Interesting. Flash says I'm working. Don't mind me, LOL. You go for it. We're having fun over here. Right. Yeah. We totally didn't get the penguin. Fountain. Yeah. I didn't even think about it doing more than one word. I've been limiting myself, guys. I've been limiting myself to just one word, but why? Honestly, it doesn't give a limit. I mean, the sky's the limit. I mean, to infinity and beyond, like how many words can we get in here? Okay, let's try 3. Fountain. Also, Super Planner Girl, how are you feeling after your last surgery? I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're going to see. Yeah. I think this is really on point, guys. This is really on point. I mean, yes. And you know what? This one here up in the top right, if you can see my mouse, this gives Rivendell vibes. So while I also love the mountains and the lakes, this wins because guess what? We've got a body of water, we've got mountains, and we've got like a Rivendell situation. So I vote here. This is where I want to go. We'll add it to the list for the Scroll Crew World Tour. We will add this place to the list. Fountain Pen Paradise. An Alfred plea is basically like pleading no contest. It's not a guilty plea. It's like a plea that you feel like it's like you're pleading, and I think it might be specific to North Carolina. probably based on, I mean, I'm sure, and we'll, whenever I cover it, if I cover it, but basically it's like saying that, you believe you are, it's a plea that the evidence that the state has against you is enough to where it looks like they could prove their case. So it's not pleading guilty. It's like, does that make sense? To me, it makes sense because I've dealt with it, in other things, like with cases and stuff, but like, it's like a medium level plea. Like you're not pleading guilty. You're not pleading not guilty. You're just pleading. It's like pleading no contest. Let's put it that way. Super Planner Girl says she's down with that. Better-ish. Where are you at? Are you able to like move around? And I hope you're not in too much pain. Let's see. Let's try. I'm also wondering what we'll put for just the word hoax by itself. We'll try that as well. I don't even know what an Idaho 4 hoax is. I don't know what I would generate for this. All right, we got some pioneers. Well done, AI. One would think that as well as it's done with some of these other ones, the way that what we got for Irrebuttable, like, is inexcusable. Like, it makes no sense. Like, how could you have like struggled so hardcore with that one? Like Squangwin, okay, fine. I mean, still you should have been able to, but like, okay, fine. But like Irrebuttable, right? Like it's an actual word. It's one actual word. Anywho, interesting. Let's see what we get for just hoax. Oh, interesting. Violated the guidelines. Wow. Interesting. I didn't mean to. Don't get mad at me. What if I do Nightbot? Does it know? Nightbot. Oh, fighter of the day bot. Oh, champion of the sun. Oh, for any of you guys that watch Old Sunny. Okay, yeah. It's like, so here's what I'm gleaning. Here, what it was able to do is take a one word where the one word is Nightbot and say, oh, 2 words. I will put both of them in one image, right? But it couldn't do that with Squangwin. But I mean, it's Squangwin. It's not Squangwin. Squirrel Squangwin. Interesting. It's missing the heart. It's missing the big heart. And it's missing the little hands. It's missing the little hands. And it's missing the ear tassels. The closest thing is this guy, but he's only got one. It's not even a tassel. It's missing the ear tassels and the little hands and the big heart. Very interesting. This is very interesting, isn't it? To see what it comes up with. I love this. I could do this all day. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, Super Planner Girl. And also Heather is echoing, right. Not agree, right. Not admitting guilt, but agreeing they have enough to convict. Right. So not all defendants can use it. I think the state would have to offer it, or you know what I mean? Like the state's not always going to give you that option. So, okay, Heather's saying a lot of people that agree to an Alfred plea often do this because they anticipate that one day they will have evidence proving innocence. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. The state seal was really funny. Oh, wow. I would not have caught that. It says Esto Perpetua. Interesting. What's Sigma Phi? I mean, I know it's a frat, but like, is there significance to that? Because I don't know much about frats or sororities. Okay. Interesting. Huh. So can you tell me what about this is the thing? Because that's interesting. And it's amazing that you just recognized that and knew what that was. Incredible. This is what I love the Squirrel Crew. Squirrel Crew is the best. I mean, yeah. Like, what if we do Frodo? Like, does it know who Frodo is? It probably can't know who Frodo is, right? I mean, I don't know how all this works. This is so fun. How did it come up with this, though? Like, that's the question. Like, and why a cat, bird, like, and that, like, I just have so many questions because, And it's what's interesting is it's every time it does these ones that are like not really, it uses the exact same colors. It's like orange, red, blue, which is really funny. It really likes these colors for some reason. Interesting that it likes that. What happens if we do, oh, interesting. Now let's leave it on auto, I think, because auto, that leaves, because we want to really know from what the AI is thinking. Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. So the Idaho State Seal has that motto, which is also the motto of Sigma Phi, I guess it's Pi, I don't know. In 19, again, I don't know these things. Interesting. So I'm thinking though that probably AI got it because of the state seal, but that is interesting. That is interesting. Let's do Semper Fi. I don't know. Is that a, that's not a frat, is it? I know it's Latin, but. Yeah, let's see if it knows. Does it know other languages? Ooh, I could type in Russian as well. I wonder if it knows the other languages. I have no idea if this is on point or not because I don't know Semper Fi. Oh, it's a military thing. Well, looks like it knows. Interesting. Wow. So let's do what was that word? I'm blanking on it right now because I have the tip of the tongue phenomenon thing. The word that Sarah Boone used all the time, or not all the time, she used it like several times in her, oh, what was it? In her interviews. And it was supposed to mean like having her wits about, oh, what was it? Non-compos mentis. I don't know how to spell it. Is this correct? I don't know that it matters with AI, but non-compos mentis, maybe? Not intentional. Thank you, Flash Fan. Yep. Was it on the K-bar knife? Did it say Semper Fi? Look at this is a good one. The person with an exposed brain. They have headaches, it looks like. He looks confused, and I don't know. What would you say is going on with this lady? And why is the color palette complete? Very interesting. This is very interesting. I don't know what to make of that one. And also, this person needs to see a hospital because their brain is in trouble. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, Papa Rogers. I forgot about Papa Rogers. That's very interesting, though, Heather. As far as I got into that, there's actually, I believe it was it in. Oh, you know what? It's not in my Discord. It's in the SDS Discord. We had a whole thing with people in there looking into this with the way we were doing it is we were like examining so it must have been before I had made a Discord. We were examining the I don't remember how we got there, but it was like we were examining the pictures of the house with the lights. And I don't even remember why, if it was something like Papa Rogers mentions. It was something that Papa Rogers mentioned in the question that one would have is like, could only the killer have known, or could only Papa Rogers, like, you know what I mean? I don't remember what we decided, or if I don't remember. I feel like though what we came to was like, it could have been someone not the suspect, but I don't remember for sure. Anyway, here's subject matter jurisdiction. Yeah, not as on point. And this is weird. Look at this. This is like a violin, but a tie. How did it? Okay, what? Like, first of all, leave violins out of this, okay? But like a tie? Very weird. Let's see what it does if it knows. Let's see if it knows. Res ipsum loquitur. Yeah, the other thing is that if I were to examine the Papa Rogers thing, I have a lot more information now than back when we were looking at this. This was a long ass time ago, and there's just been a lot more information. Like for the way I handle it, right? It's mostly the court filings and the hearings and stuff. But like when we were doing this again, this is before I even made a Discord. I had a Discord for a long time, so we were looking at this. I mean, I don't know, it was maybe a year and a half ago, maybe. So a lot of new things. I don't think it knows what res ipsum loquitur means. Let's see if it can do Russian. Let me switch my keyboard over. Okay, let's see here. It's hard because it's so funny because they're all in different places than the regular English alphabet or whatever you call it. Like it's not, anyway, they don't fit. You have to like, the whole keyboard layout is completely different. Looking for this. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, let's see how it does with this. So that word is конечно. It means of course. Конечно means of course. Nope. What's really funny is like you would think that if it just doesn't know the word, it would just be. Let's do hold on. This is a good word. Where's okay? And then I believe it's here and then here. Yeah, that's how you spell it. So that word is расследование, and it means investigation, like a criminal investigation. It's really funny because they're like the words that all surround like law, crime, investigations and stuff. They're all really crazy words that like sound cool. Uh-oh, it's struggling hardcore with this one. Yeah, I don't know anything about this church though. Yeah, we can do bring the jury. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Christ Church. I don't know what NQN. Oh, that's interesting. Funny though that, you know, it's funny because I guess I hadn't even thought about the connection, right? Because Moscow, right? Which is interesting. Yeah, I wonder how I got named Moscow, like in Idaho, right? I guess I didn't even put two and two together because it's just like, I just think of Idaho, but like, yeah, it is funny that it's called Moscow. So, oh my God, you guys got it. It didn't get конечно, but it got расследование. Look at that. Remember, did you guys hear me say it's an investigation, a criminal investigation? Holy shit. honestly, of all the things we've searched, this one is what probably the most, like, you can't get any more clearer, right? This is like super on point. Holy fuck. Well done. And it took so long. I thought it was going to break. Holy mackerel. It got it. And that's such a crazy difficult word too. Like for the alphabet and to pronounce. But like it got it. Which is so funny because it didn't get конечно, which is basic. Wow. AI wins a cookie for sure. Like that is incredible. I mean, I'm going to give it one more in Russian and then we'll go back to English because it needs to be congratulated. So we're going to go with, we'll know that I'm talking to it. We're going to go with, I keep not being able to find this one. Okay, there we go. We're going to go with молодец, which means well done. Which, by the way, I love it. That's such better. Like, instead of saying well done, like, sometimes I'll just say that to my students, like, молодец, because it's just such a cooler word. Like, I'd rather say that. So some of them actually learn, oh my God. Oh my God, you guys, right now. Oh my God, right now. Oh my God. I just want to, like, dance around and do a little party for, like, Nightbot, because you know what? Nightbot. I'm just, this is crazy of all the things, right? Like, this is, what? What I just like what of all the things like what are you listening? Did it hear? Is it because it heard me tell it it did a good job? Incredible. Oh my God. Okay, let me go back to English. Okay. So wow. And then Flash had a request. Okay, thank you, Flash. I know I still haven't made the thread yet. Bring the jury. Okay, we'll do that one next. Yeah, they don't know what Alex Murdaugh looks like, clearly. But you know what? Speaking of which, hold on. Let's see. Can it learn? Can it learn like it just did? Because isn't that the whole thing it's supposed to learn? Shrimp weasel. See, now I'm thinking if it takes longer. Oh my God. Are those just regular shrimps? I don't know. I mean, see, I was like thinking, are the whiskers, like, is that the weasel part? But like, do regular shrimp have whiskers? Do you guys know? Because I feel like they might have whiskers. I mean, not whiskers, like actual whiskers, but you know what I mean? Dangly bits. Dangly bits. Like, is that, did it just skip the weasel part? Or like, I don't know. So now let's try bring the jury. Oops. Oh my God, my phone just lit up and Stevie B just replied. I mean, I just saw it pop up. I'm commenting, we are live, come join us. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if he's still there. Because he just, anyway, I didn't read all of that. I just saw a notification. But I think what he was saying initially, by the way, for you, Flash, was that he said something akin to like, you know, apologizing if there was any Discord or anything like that in the chat. Not Discord like the app. But anyway, I didn't. That's why I was like, I just replied. I was like, come in, we're live. Okay. Is that, do you know do you know how they got called Moscow? I'm sure you do. I'm so curious. Why? Wait. Why is this person missing a face? Well, I guess you could call that a mouth. What? This shit like this is just so puzzling, right? Because like what? Like I wish we could ask it. I wish we could ask it how it got here to this. Stevie B, who was in the chat last night. And also I want to hear about Elf on the Shelf, which Flash, you'd already gone to bed before that part happened, I think. But as that was like right at the end of the live stream. Oh, interesting. Wow. I'm, you feel free to let me know. I mean, because like I don't know if it's anything related to the actual country or like the language. I mean, I guess I could help out with that. But like if it's like some sort of like I don't know. Like political thing, I probably wouldn't be able to weigh in on that. And people, will make up stuff, of course, as people do. I hope Stevie comes and joins us though. By the way, y'all who were talking about Jeff H last night, I noticed today just by chance when I was in the Discord, that Jeff H is in the Discord. I just didn't put two and two together that it was the same person because it's like, Jeff H, right? So I don't remember where he came into the picture, if it was during Delphi or BK or what. I don't remember like where, but I remember him coming into the live stream and like he joined the Discord. So he's in the Discord, just letting y'all know. But it's just funny because he was a topic. He got a shout out as well on the live stream. I almost timestamped him and then I didn't, but because I don't want to like embarrass anybody. But like sometimes y'all will get timestamps as well of your own. You don't come off as aggressive at all, Flash. I don't know how anyone could get there. I wonder if Stevie is here or Jeff H. Does Jeff or maybe it's AI. No, the thing is like everybody was all in agreement that nobody was trying to cause problems. Nobody was causing problems. But the thing is like everybody is so kind and considerate that even if they aren't causing problems, they're aware of like, what if they could be causing problems? Like that's the vibe I got of everybody, which is like awesome, right? Because it means everybody's actually really in agreement because everybody's considerate and everybody is not wanting to be offensive and no one's actually being mean, but they're just worried that other people are going to think they are or whatever. Like that's what I got from it. Yeah. Yep. Heather agrees. We like all those zeros. I don't know what that is. Pro Burgers Hell. That's why he was mentioned. I don't know what you're referring. You mean Jeff was doing something? So yeah, but that's 100%. And again, I think that's why there's that long, like, again, I couldn't read it all. I just saw a notification, but whatever Stevie put was like, looks like it was pretty long. And it's probably something akin to what Flash you had said earlier and last night. And then also in the Discord, it's like, you guys are all good. Like, yeah, you're all good. But I appreciate that everybody is so considerate, right? And about thinking about other people, because there are people who do get offended. And there are people who do take things out of context, or, there are people. And again, another thing that benefits people that watch trials, right? Because I think that what happens is for people who are like good humans, right? It's like, if you are used to being around being in trial chats, right? I think that you develop, like, I don't know, I feel like we have to develop things, other things don't have that, right? Because you have to be able to learn how to, again, be respectful and, disagree, but it's okay. Be open-minded, be tolerant, be compassionate, be sensitive that people might have trigger words. I mean, there's like so many things that I don't know that there's another example of where people would need to have like all of those same like social skills that you really develop, if you're used to chatting with people about trials. I mean, even if it's in person or whatever, right? But it's like, if you've got a friend in real life, I don't know if any of us do have a real life friend who watches trials, but like we can go and sit next to them and watch, but it'd be a similar thing, right? Be the same thing where you develop like, it's like a whole different social skill set. Have you guys ever I've never like thought of it that way before, but like if the list would be really long of like the unique skills that we develop that one of them would be unique to any social group, but like we have all of them. Like, isn't that crazy? Yeah, good point, right? And having said that, I'm really happy that like when we were covering Karen Reed, we didn't have that issue, and that was awesome. But that's because Squirrel Crew is the best. What is Pitbull potamus? But I mean, I love hybrid animal, but what is that? You were attacked. Yeah, exactly. And that's the compassion and the empathy, isn't it? Well, that's terrible. And I'm sorry you were attacked by a troll. I don't think anybody thinks that you're a troll. I mean, I feel like trolls, you know, at least for me, would be pretty obvious, right? Because like I can monitor the chat, you know, and if I see somebody seeming trolly, they get the squirrel karate chop. Quacha! Hiya! Oh, that's your dog. Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute. That is so cute. I love that. Is that literally his name? Like, do you actually call him that? Because you know, usually people will have like that's a long name to call a dog. Like my dog is Frodo, but like I don't ever call him that. Like he wouldn't respond to that. A Piglet or something like that, he would respond to. Okay, let's do Christmas. I don't even know what a Christmas brown terrier is. Is it a brown terrier in a Christmas outfit? Let's see what AI thinks. Oh, brown Boston. I left out a word. It got it. It got it. AI got this one. That is really cute. Look at the tinsel. Is that what you call that? Tinsel? That is so freaking cute. It did a good job of getting the hat over with the ears, right? Because like that could have been an obstacle. How do you deal with the hat and the ears? But it got that. Just again, so funny. Like how we got here is Poot using the word irrebuttable a bazillion times. And like the thing that stumped the AI the most was, I would say it got stumped even worse by irrebuttable than it did with the Squanguin. Because at least with the Squanguin, it got like a squirrel-like thing for one of the images. Irrebuttable, nothing. It's of all the things, right? It's so funny. It's done Russian. It got some Latin. It's gotten all kinds of stuff. This is very interesting, right? It's very interesting. That's right. Right. I figured as much, Heather. Yes. By the way, how are Luna and Watson doing? Oh, that is so funny that you call him that. And that is really funny. That's really funny. Flash, that is such a shame. And send them my way and they will get quacha, squirrel karate chopped. I can't, I hate that though. Were you modding? I wonder if you were modding when that happened. That is so cute. What else should we do? What about what else should we do? Yeah, you were modding. That, I mean, not that that is ever warranted, but I think that happens. You know, when you're, it seems like that happens with mods. I'm not saying it should happen or anything, but like some people don't like being given rules and maybe they never learned how to be a human because you should have rules as a kid, like day one, like you should, you know what I mean? So I don't know. It's terrible, but that mods get the brunt of that. That's why I was asking, because I would say it probably was more due to you being a mod. Again, not that that's warranted or anything, but more to you being a mod, due to you being a mod versus like anything of you, right? Like that's just something I would say. Right, Heather. Yeah, Heather mods in 10 places. She just clones herself a million times over. Oh, that's right. That's all. So you guys had, wow. How's everything recovering after the hurricane? Like, how's all that going? Y'all had a whole lot going on at once over there. That's really funny. I'm glad to have a Cleveland squirrel because I don't think we had well, to my knowledge, of course, I don't know where everybody lives, but I don't think we, to my knowledge, had I think you're close though to Jory. Are you close to Chicago? I think Cleveland is close to, like, close-ish, relatively speaking, right? Because again, we have squirrels in other countries. So like those two are pretty close, right? If we ever make it to go visit Ezra, you can come with. Yeah, that still seems insane though. I still feel like you would still have to clone yourself though too, right? Oh gosh. Wow. Ezra road trip. Yeah. There she is. I wonder how it'll do with that one, because it didn't get the shrimp weasel again. I don't know. Let's see what it does with shark weasel. It's 25 degrees here, you guys. Well, yeah, I would say that is appropriately terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. I think it, see now the difference here, right? Like with the shrimp weasel, it didn't give it pause. I mean, pause as in PAWS, right? See here, when I realized it really got kind of figured, it understood the assignment was when I saw like the little hands. It's like, yeah. I guess like the ears. With the shrimp weasel, it didn't seem to get anything weasel. The only question was maybe the whiskers, but yeah, that's creepy. I prefer my shrimp. I prefer the one that I made of Ezra. Sorry, I need to even make sure I get it correct. It's Ezra's new portrait. Y'all, the time that I had to spend, worth every second, to get the hipster glasses like she had in trial and get them to fit over the shark weasel's ears. It was a whole thing. Yeah, it was awesome. I know, it is like right. I know. Oh, Flash, that's awful. I don't even want to read that because that's just too disturbing for me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Ugh. It seems like that after a comment like that, they should just be booted. I feel like YouTube would have even, well, I guess it didn't filter it here. I was going to say, it seems like an auto boot comment, right? Okay. Is it like 2 hours away or like 4 hours away? Let's do something weird. You don't have to ask me twice. Bathtub movie night. Yeah, you got it. We do, yeah, weird and loopy, all the things. So bathtub movie night. Yeah, I mean, there's not a movie per se, but it's definitely got like a, you know what? I was going to make the sound effect, but I can do one better. I was going to make a sound effect for the ambiance, but hold on. Here's the ambiance. It's definitely giving a certain ambiance. Yeah, it does look soothing. I mean, I think it does look more soothing than Bomb Chicka Bop, but I was just thinking like, it's just, I guess, you know what, the number of candles, for anyone who's seen my favorite movie called The Room. So for me, I have a different association, right? Because that number of candles for me, automatically my association is that movie. And yeah. Because people are werewolves, maybe? Candles in the tub, right? Yeah, that is, yeah, right? Is there popcorn? Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't think that's popcorn. I think that's like the reflection from the stars. I don't know. I wish we could ask AI, right? Right. Yeah. Very rarely have we ever had trolls. Very, very rarely. Yeah. I remember I feel like maybe once, because I remember everyone in the chat was all like really excited because they're like, yay, a troll. Let's see what happens if I do The Room. Does it know the movie? A fire bath. Yeah, that sounds dangerous. Well, that's boring, isn't it? We're missing the TV. We're missing the red dress. We're missing the pizza. We're missing Lisa and Johnny. These are all references to The Room. Anyway, what about old Greg? I'm old Greg. Wait. What? Again, this is one of those, this is so fun for this reason, because it's like you get, yep. Yeah. So you're seeing it. It's like, yep, they're all pretty. And then it's like, hang on though. Weird. What? AI, what are you thinking? Are you like what is going on? Like, what is happening? That is very bizarre. All going again within the same color palette. Again, it seems to like to do that. I don't know what that means. Moonface K. I don't know what that means. Okay, this was a fun tangent. Let's get back to the appeal. Let me do. Oh, right. I was like, how did we get here? Oh, yes. Now I remember. Because I was highlighting the word irrebuttable. Right. Yes. And then it was like generate images. And I was like, oh, right. Amazing. That was a really good squirrel tangent. That was a really good one. A really, really good one. Okay. This is where we were. I'm not going to highlight it again because then, okay. So where there was private communication of the court official, I should swoop. Hold on. Let me swoop.
It's a house.
Okay. Private communication of the court official to members of the jury, an occurrence which cannot be tolerated if the sanctity of the jury is to be maintained. A new trial must be granted unless it clearly appears. And I remember him citing this in the hearing, right? He said he was arguing this. This was the big one. A new trial must be granted unless it clearly appears that the subject matter of the communication was harmless and could not have affected the verdict. Again, this was the one. This is the big one he's relying on. But what do we see? Fourth Circuit, right? Again, that's the same circuit that I'm in, but that's federal appellate court, and it's not binding on South Carolina. And they know that, but I'm just reiterating. Like, if he was in a federal district court, yes, this would be binding. The trial court, however, rejected the correct legal standard. Well, it's not only the correct legal standard, and applied an erroneous standard of its own invention. That Murdaugh, in addition to proving that Miss Hill did tamper with the jury about the merits of his case during trial, must also prove what the verdict would have been but for that tampering. But for the court should hold that in so doing, the trial court abused its discretion. Identification of the correct legal standard is a question of law subject to the court's plenary review, and Justice Toll's legal error is entitled to no deference. Ooh, that's rough on Justice Toll. The U.S. again. Okay, I'm a broken record. The U.S. Supreme Court holds that in a criminal case, jury tampering is presumptively prejudicial. The trial court erred by ruling that South Carolina courts should disregard binding precedent of the Okay, let's see what he says, because if it was binding precedent, you'd be following it. And that requires it to presume jury tampering is so right, Remmer. Now I remember, because Remmer, they argued this a lot. I remember. So he's saying, okay, you have to take everything he's saying with a grain of sand, right? Because we know that this was found to not be true. So here's what he's saying they held. In a criminal case, any private communication, contact, or tampering directly or indirectly with the juror during a trial about the matter pending before the jury is, for obvious reasons deemed presumptively prejudicial if not made in pursuance of known rules of the court and the instructions and directions of the court made during the trial with full knowledge of the parties. The presumption is not conclusive, but the burden rests heavily upon the government to establish after notice to and hearing of the defendant that such contact with the juror was harmless to the defendant. Right. And that's because the Fourth Circuit relies on Remmer. And that's why the Fourth Circuit has a different standard. Federal law. I mean, where is he confused? Poot, where are you confused about? I was going to say something else. What was I going to say? I forgot. Okay, so the trial court, however, instead ruled that State v. Green directs South Carolina courts to ignore Remmer. The court, South Carolina Supreme Court, said very clearly, we do not go by the guidance of, and it's a 1950s case. Oh, poot. The 1950s case of U.S. v. Remmer. Mr. Harpootlian, we do not believe that's what Justice Kittredge has said in State v. Green. The court, he said it straight as clear as a bell can be, but I rule on that. Dude, she's the shit. I freaking love her. He said it straight. And I remember, didn't she say she actually, anyway, was like there for that case or something? Anyway, like the legend that she is. So there was a discrepancy between him and Justice Toll over what Justice Kittredge, which is in state courts, right, had said about this. And there's a difference in interpretation there, it looks like. Wow. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't put two and two together with K. Okay. I see what you're saying. Right. Right. Okay. I would have figured that out if you put like T-Pain or wifey, but yes. Okay. Gotcha. I mean, yeah. I mean, they do it. I mean, heck, in one of the defense motions, which I freaking love Jay Logsdon for this, because it's like, this is just go hard in the paint, right? Jay Logsdon citing going back to like before the Magna Carta, like, yes, let's do this thing. Freaking love that shit. I know everyone else thought it was like arduous or over the, like, I don't know. I love that. I think that is amazing I love history and I just love everything about that. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it's just so overdone and I just love it. So extra, but like history extra and like law history extra. And I just love it. Even if it's not necessary, I just love it. I just love that he spent so much time putting that together, I guess that's like the overachiever, right? Violin will do that to you. Being thorough, being an overachiever, that kind of thing. The court, however, has not split. So this is the whole thing, the split, right? Because we've heard a lot about this. What's he going to say? This court, however, has not split with the Fourth Circuit to instruct South Carolina courts to disregard Remmer. In Green, the court merely declined to adopt the Remmer presumption of prejudice in every instance of an inappropriate bailiff communication to a juror, because not every inappropriate comment by a bailiff to a juror rises to a level of constitutional error. And that's exactly right. That right there is, I mean, I can already see what, like, this is why, is because what they're saying is this, is that a bailiff saying to a juror, like, remember the example I gave earlier, I like your shoe, right? That's not constitutional error. Here's the thing. The quote from this case that they kept citing, it's the one where they say, it's like something like, that fellow's the devil and he's guilty as all hell, like something like that. You guys remember, right? They call him the devil. He called him the devil, and like worse than anything Miss Becky said, right? That devil, that fellow devil is guilty as all sin, or something like that, right? It was that thing. So not every inappropriate comment. So what's interesting too is that what that is saying is that there could be an inappropriate comment. So it could be like, instead of I like your shoe, it could be like nice butt, maybe, right? I don't know. So it could be inappropriate, but it doesn't necessarily rise to constitutional error. And you know why? Because it doesn't impact the verdict. So someone could say nice butt. That doesn't mean it's going to influence their verdict, right? Including the inappropriate comments at issue in Green, which did not touch the merits, but dealt only with the procedural. Oh, okay. I think maybe because he took a plea and didn't go to trial. I think maybe, or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong case, but I know that one is going to come up where that quote I was giving. Green accords perfectly with the recent Fourth Circuit authority. Under Remmer, any private communication, contact, or tampering directly or indirectly with a juror during trial about the matter pending before the jury is deemed presumptively prejudicial. But to trigger this presumption, a defendant must introduce competent evidence of extrajudicial juror contacts that are no more than innocuous interventions. More than innocuous interventions. See, then there's going to have to be a whole other thing about what is innocuous. And then you have to look up case law about how they define innocuous, because you can't just use the Merriam-Webster, right? Everything in the law is debatable and under scrutiny. And how do the courts use this word to mean would be the next question I would have. If the Remmer presumption of prejudice ever applies, it must apply where, as here, an elected state official advocates for a guilty verdict in the jury room during trial so that she can personally profit from selling books about a guilty verdict. That is not an innocuous intervention. Well, so keep reading, right? So here's Poot just defining how he would, saying how he would define this word, right? Here's Poot's definition. He's not saying what it is, but he's saying what it is not. And it is not Becky Hill. Really funny, right? He's not actually defining it. But the trial court nevertheless held that when there is tampering with a juror during a trial about the matter pending before the jury, prejudice is never presumed, but instead always must be proven by the defendant. The trial court agreed, ruling from the bench. I am not conducting a Remmer hearing. Remmer is a 1954 decision of the United States Supreme Court that deals with the question of influence of the jury in a motion for a new trial on the basis of after discovered influence or evidence of that influence. I rely on the South Carolina decision of our Supreme Court authored by Justice Kittredge, State v. Green, and the Green decision specifically says that Remmer is not the guidance that South Carolina trial judges should look to in conducting hearings on after discovered evidence. Right here, that couldn't be more clear, and I just wish I could highlight it like a normal person. Oh my God. Adobe, come on. Remember when I told you did a good job? Okay, that's better. It only left off, okay, that's close enough, I guess. So right here, right? This is the thing. This is the crux of the whole thing. Because South Carolina had already ruled on which decision they're going to use, right? That's going to remain unless and until the Supreme Court says otherwise. Unless and until. I think here might actually be a good stopping point. What is 132 divided by 46? Because I feel like that is, again, the reason I'm saying that is because this is really the crux of it right here. Like, this is like everything that we read, well, not like the background and the facts, right? But all the stuff that we read regarding case law was to get us to here. Because this was really what has had gone on so far. Like, this is, again, exactly that's what Justice Toll said. He's quoting her. Or, well, it's the transcript. So let me see with a calculator. 132 divided by 46. I don't know what to make of that. That doesn't help me. 132. So we're like, we're a little over a third of the way done. Because a third of the way would be 44. I'm just looking at the number of pages. It would be 44. So we're a little bit over a third. So that gives me an idea that probably in 3 parts we can get through this whole appeal. I don't think anyone's actually read this entire appeal that I've seen. Anyone that's mentioned it, they've just gone like, here's a summary. And like, I don't know that anybody actually has read the whole thing. Because you know what? That's a lot of commitment, right? But we're going to read the entire fucking thing. Every page of we're not skipping any of it. We're only just skipping some of the case law sightings, right? Because it would take forever to read 455 US 209 1982 and United States right? You guys get the idea. But anyway, yeah, we're going to read all of it. So maybe 3 parts, I'm thinking. So this is part 1 of the installment. And I'm gonna kind of draw a line so I can remember. Ooh, this is fun. I want to draw a line. Oh, what's this? No. Oh, yellow. Can I make it this color? Because I use this color a lot. Okay, let's see what happens if I do this. So Oh, it wants to highlight the words. That's cool, but that's not what I was wanting to do. I want to do a line. I know there's a way you can do this. I know there's a way you can do this. Oh my God, I've done this before. Oh, technology. I don't want to highlight it. Ah, here we go. Perfect. Draw. This is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I wanted. Line. That's it. And I want this color. Okay. Now, can you get out of the way? Okay. Oh, wait. It didn't make a line. Why did it not make a line? Okay. There we go. There we go. So this is for me, so I know exactly where we were. Yay. Pretty. Y'all are like, what is going on? Hi, American Princess. You're right. 132 pages. We're on page 46. You missed it. We had a really fun time with AI. Oh my God, it was hilarious. There is an owl theory for what? Is that for, I mean, that could be anything. It'd be like theory of owls. I want to know about the owls though. So we had a whole lot of fun with AI. We had a little break with that. That was amazing. That was so fun. Oh, with Michael Pugh. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, and while we were busy with the AI, While we were playing around with AI, Flashman was busy doing research, working. And I don't know if Heather is still here or not, but like, and Super Planner Girl, but we were dying laughing with this AI. That was so fun. That was so fun. And I was thinking Stevie, because you were here with, you know who Stevie is, I think, from the other live streams, but I was hoping Stevie would come and join us. But I don't know that he got the memo. Oh, sorry. That was me. That was my genuine reaction to that. Oh boy. That's a good one. That's a good one. Wow. Of all the defense theories, honestly, the only thing that could rival that is the 5'2", 11-year-old ninja assassins. They trained their whole lives for this. Honestly, I was going to say that's like the silliest one I've ever heard, but I was like, wait, sorry. No. Let's just show you guys. Hold on. Let's just give you guys a visual. Some of you guys have seen it. Some of you guys maybe haven't, but we are going to have a nice visual for fun here of the ninja assassins who trained their whole lives for this. Where is it? Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I'm skipping ahead to the part. Oh, wait, this is not the right one. Hold on. It's this one. It's this one, right? I had to remember. This is called LOL. Okay, I need to remember it's called LOL. Okay. So let's go through this again for fun. So this is Murdaugh Avenue. Let me go back to the beginning. Hold on. Okay, this is Murdaugh Avenue, which is right down the road from Moselle. And we were doing a squirrely field trip, right? On Murdaugh Avenue. And we were just going along Honeydom, and there's not a whole lot out there, but there's this. And it was like, what situation is this? So this is like literally on Murdaugh Avenue. It's an RV under a thing, and they've got a flag. There's a whole story with the flag. There's the guineas that just appeared. Great point. Maybe it was a 5'2" owl. There you go. There you go. There you go. That would make it more plausible, right? And then there should be more things appearing. There's a chicken. There's those Roadtrip crew. There they are. There they are. They trained their whole lives for this. There they are. There they are. So, by the way, I took that literally from the presentation of the expert. That's literally from, it's harder to see their lasers here, but I use them in other thumbnails. I took it literally from the defense expert that offered that theory. That's what they are from. That's not AI. That is literally, I took it from the evidence in the PowerPoint presentation. And this was like the best part where he had them with their guns and the green lasers. Do you guys remember the green lasers? That was so fucking funny. He was obsessed with those green lasers. It was so funny. So that's them. So they show up from time to time. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. The dog has, yep. And if you look closely, so now that you guys know what to look for, you'll notice the shrimp weasel rolls around. So like, if I go back to like, so if you notice right next to Bubba, that's the shrimp weasel. That's Alex's spirit animal there, the shrimp weasel. And there's Lolly. So, but you have to remember, Amber Heard is at the bottom of the totem pole because even Lolly's trying to get away from the Lolly bird is trying to get away from her. But there's the shrimp weasel. So you got Alex and the chicken and Bubba and Poot and the shrimp weasel there. Got some others. There's Elaine and Lolly. Anyway, there's so many of these. It's so fun. But yeah, so in the thumbnails, you'll always see you'll see the guineas appear, you'll see the chicken, you'll see Bubba, all the fun things. Oh, for anyone who hasn't seen it, I have a new swoop for Spicy Santa. Let me show you guys that because that's my newest one. That's my newest swoop. And we got this one from the Casey Anthony trial. This is not a swoop, but this is just really funny.
You were asked about Dr. Voss. And,
oh my God.
You were asked about
oh my God.
Air samples. Have you ever heard of any case where air samples were used in a forensic setting?
Objection. Relevant expertise.
Mr. Ashton's schizophrenic moment. So, all the fun things. The 5'2" ninja assassins. The best part though was when they had their last expert, the one who then insisted they must have been hiding in the ceiling. It was like, yep. That's what we were missing. That was the one thing we were missing from this scenario. I don't know what you're referencing that it's not your area of expertise, but if it's like, no matter what it was probably something silly because that's literally what, like being a 5'2" assassin or like Mr. Ashton having a schizophrenic moment. Anyway, meanwhile, Flash fan staying on topic. I don't even know anymore. Who? Oh, you're talking about Michael Peterson. Yeah. Oh. Okay. They were in the tunnels. What about tunnels? Did I say something about tunnels? Right? I know. That's definitely true. Yeah. That's judgeable. Heather, what did you do when the Delphi verdict came in? Because we were sharing this the other night. Flash punched his fridge. I pierced my eyebrow. What did you do? So Amber said something about the tunnels. See, what's so interesting is you pick up on things I don't pick up on, which was awesome. That's great. That's a wonderful thing because I don't remember about the tunnels. What was the tunnels about? With Amber, I don't remember the tunnels. Oh, gotcha. Okay, right. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Okay, gotcha. So Heather's reaction to the Delphi verdict went silent in edited videos. Anyone else who's still here, feel free to share your reaction to the Delphi verdict. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I will be honest with you. I don't know anything about the tunnels in Idaho. But see, I've not like I've not delved into everything there is to know about Idaho. Like, I got potatoes, like that's about it, And then pertaining to this case, what is in the court filings, what's in the hearings, I know that there's people who will research every aspect about things and turn out discover crazy information. But like, I just, it's enough just to stick with all the court documents, even if you're just covering one case, which I'm covering more than that, So Splash is going to be silly. We'll see how that goes. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. You can get ice cream. You can have ice cream. Oh, we played a fun game one time. Let's do this for all you guys who weren't there. We played a fun game one time, and it was if sex were an ice cream flavor, what would it taste like? Feel free to weigh in on that one. Ooh, I have an idea. I wonder what, hang on. Just when we thought we were done, not so fast. Well, I think you have to highlight a word to get to the AI. So we'll start with pre-hearing and then we'll go from there because I wanted to do something here. Pre-hearing. Oh, I need to share. Hold on. I keep forgetting. I have to share it this way. It's still thinking, so it would taste purple. Interesting. Interesting. Are you one of those people that has that thing where you like taste color, or I don't know, what is it? Hear colors, synesthesia? That's just makes me that's what that makes me think of, which is super cool. I have to say that is really like, come on, you could do better. Like these are all way too similar. Like, anyway, compared to what we've seen before, like, you can do better. Okay, so I was going to see what would happen if we do this. Sex. Does it? Oh, violet. Wow. Interesting. Huh. I know. What about this? Again, let's see how self-aware. Adobe. You know what's funny is it's shown us this one before with something else that, you know what it was? It was when I did Конечно in Russian. It showed the same image. And now with Adobe, this is so bizarre to me, the colors. Oh, Adobe, right? Probably need to get, accurate, right? That's really funny. What happens if we do Idaho? Just Idaho. Like, does it actually know what the state is? I don't know how else works. Like AI. Learn to, look, it has a thing, learn to write effective prompts. No. I want the opposite. I'm not trying to write an effective prompt. I'm trying to it doesn't understand what we're doing. That's okay. Yeah, again, we're kind of looking like pioneer. Interesting. Okay, what happens if we do United States? Like, I'm wondering, does it know what a map is? Oh, we'll have to do map next. Let's see if we know. So funny, right? Like, huh. Wow. It's a lot of red, white, and blue. What does that say? Oh, I can't read that. Maybe it's not words. Interesting. What building is this here by the Statue of Liberty? Is that there in real life? I don't know what that is. I feel like that might not be. Oh, that's the Hudson Bay or whatever, though, isn't it? Huh. Wow. Okay. Let's see what happens if we do map. Like, does it know what a map is? I don't even know. We'll do tarantula. Yeah, exactly. Yep. It is totally. I was thinking the same thing, Heather. It is like Arizona. Yep. It does give that. Yep. Isn't that so funny though? So this is its version of a map. Interesting. This is a very medieval style. If you guys have seen the medieval maps of the world when they thought the earth was flat, which is interesting. Like that's what this looks like. Does it think the earth is flat? Huh. Wow. That's very interesting, isn't it? So this is like its understanding of what a map is, but like it doesn't actually know yet. Wow. Yeah, we'll do flat earth. We'll go in order. We'll do tarantula and then we'll do flat earth. I mean, I think it'll do okay with tarantula, but you never know. I still learned the word, I guess. It's working hard on this one. My brother has a pet tarantula. Well, I guess it's really kind of now belongs to my niece and nephew, but Victoria is her name. They make these look mean. Victoria was really cute. Let's do that. I wonder what it would do for North Carolina. We'll do that one next. Is this going to look any different from a map? Well, so, okay. This looks closer to map, doesn't it? Like, how weird is that? Like, this is not a flat earth. Like, that's a round earth. Weirdness, though. I mean, literally, you got mountains. I mean, it's showing that's very weird. Like, okay, that's flat. What happens if it's just earth then? Because I don't understand. I bet it's going to be similar to flat earth. Weird. Again, with the Arizona escape colors. It loves this color palette. That is so funny. How did that happen? How? That is so funny. It has a preference because it's like the colors aren't always that. Sometimes they are accurate. Other times they're not accurate. It's just like it has a preference. Like really funny. Really funny. Yeah, it does literally make it accurate. Yep. I'm sorry. Is that rest in peace for your sister or for the tarantula? But either way, that is sad. I'm very sorry. I mean, what is this supposed to be? Like just random shit? Okay. I mean, what? These look like they're each from a different century. Anyway. Let's do funeral potatoes. I don't know what this is. This is just generic. Now this might, I mean, I don't know if this is actually supposed to be representative of something in North Carolina, but I don't recognize it. But like, this does not look to me, you know, I mean, it could be any state. Like, let's do South Carolina and see if it's any different, right? Like, do they even know? Does it even know the difference? Are we going to see a picture of a rooster, a dog, and a tractor, and Alex Murdaugh? Well, okay, so it's got an understanding that here's what it knows about South Carolina: the palmetto tree. That's what it's got: the palmetto and the water. Although we have coast as well, it hasn't learned that yet. Apparently, very weird that it hasn't learned that. Like the Outer Banks is one of the most beautiful beaches anywhere, and that is the North Carolina beach. AI. Okay, let's try funeral potatoes. My bad. Is it going to get thrown off by my typo? Wow. Is that going to change anything? That's odd, isn't it? That was weird. That was some weird shit. I don't even know what to say. I mean, what is happening here? Like, what is that thing? Now, though, that looks like just like a normal image. You know, what are those called? Like, not fingerling potatoes. What are those called? Those little round ones. I forget what they're called. Whatever they're called. And then I don't know what's going on here. I don't know about the funeral part, but also it's funny that this is different if you take the S off and you spell potato with an E at the end because you typed it wrong. Oh, wait, why did it switch to art? This isn't supposed to be art. This is supposed to be auto. That changes everything. So I don't know how that got switched. I didn't do that, AI. AI, did you do that? Should be auto. I want to know what AI thinks, not giving it any constrictions as to the type. It's so creepy and weird. Ew. Look, there's a skull. This one is so creepy. There's a skull on it. Is that a skull? Yeah, that's a skull. Oh my God. That, and then some dirt on top. Oh, wow. Morbid. Like that to me is the creepiest one because it looks like it could be like an urn. Potato urn. Weird. That's weird because like the little moss on top, like what's going on there. This one is still trying to be a dish at dinner with some rosemary. I mean, I guess at least they used a garnish. I don't know. That's a good one. Let's try pho. Love pho. Yeah, the funeral potatoes. Okay, why is there a house? I'm sorry, why is there? Again, I love this. I love this because we will never know the answer. Like these are all like at least somewhat right, like kind of what you would, but then you've got something like this. It's like, how did the house end up there though? You guys, like, this is incredible. This is incredible. This is incredible. Like on point, on point, on point. Although this one's, we're getting more Arizona as we go. And then we have house with tree in a bucket. How? That is incredible. Incredible. Thank you for that suggestion, Flash Fan, because look what it yielded. How did it? I mean, none of these are really exactly, but like again, I could at least say, okay, fine, like these are passable, but the house, amazing. Wow. I have one. I'm thinking about like more abstract infinity. Well, you guys can see that it's 26 degrees here. Yeah. I mean, I guess by definition, that got the symbol there, right? Some of these are interesting. Like, huh. I would have thought it would have just generated that symbol, but like maybe a couple different ways. But interesting that like these are interesting images. What's cold? Oh, 26 degrees. Is that colder than where it is in DC or how it is in DC? Yeah, I have a student, actually, I was teaching yesterday up in Washington State, like not Washington, DC, Washington State. They're up in like Tacoma. And they said it was like 60 degrees there. And yesterday it was like 19 here when I was teaching them. And they said it was like in the 60s. And I was like, it's 19 degrees here. What else can we do? Human. Okay, so it's about the same, 25 degrees in DC. Human. This is interesting. This will be. This is interesting. Like how you get to these two, right? Again, how did it end up there? Very interesting. This dude has leaves behind his head for some reason. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Like, huh. Let's see existence. Yeah. Wow, weird though. Are those solar panels? Like what the fuck? And again, with like the generating of the certain types of female bodies, right? Like we got a bootylicious female going on there. And then what is that? Looks almost, y'all, this looks almost like the Amazon symbol, right? Look at that blue thing. Do you guys see what I mean? The Amazon symbol? That's interesting. Huh. Now this is like solar panels, maybe, which is interesting. Also interesting that the only ones with humans, they're both females. I would imagine, well, okay, let me put it this way. I think AI wants us to think they're females. Let's put it that way, all right? Technically, don't know, but they want, in other words, because it's clear that they use stereotypical gender types of pictures, AI clearly isn't suggesting that they want us to think they are suggesting men, right? They're clearly suggesting females and no men, which is interesting. But this looks like the Amazon symbol. And that looks like Mordor, like Mount Doom, right? That looks like Mount Doom, which is the opposite of existence. So, are we confused? Like, hey, go back and learn that Mordor, no. Mount Doom, no. That's the opposite. Okay, let's try Android. I mean, I'm just so distracted by, like, again, with the boobs. It's very interesting to me that this is what, it seems to think that humans really like boobs. That's one of my key takeaways from this. I mean, if that's what it's going for, I don't know what it's going for. Again, we don't know what's in the mind of the AI. If that is it trying to give us things that we're supposed to like, I don't even know what the goal is. I don't know how they do this, but I mean, I guess this is like, we don't really know, like maybe that's supposed to be like kind of child. And the only reason I'm saying that is because if it was supposed to be not a child, I think it would have boobs because that's what it's been doing. And then again, no men, right? But we've got just boxes now. Those are your options. I mean, I guess so. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. What happens if we type that in? Let's see. Nope, didn't get the assignment. So random. And again, we are stuck in Arizona, like a postcard, you get like this, think about like those old school postcards, right? From like the 1970s or whatever, like literally. Hi, I'm here in Arizona. I'm staying in an yurt. I don't know. What else would people say? Like, desert. Scorpions, I think, are out there. This would be a nice place to live, I have to say. This would be a nice place to live. You have your, it looks like you're on your own private island, but you've also got your own private mountain island and then your own private ocean. Ooh. Oh, God. Now this ocean looks kind of viscous. So does this. I wonder if this is after oil spills. What do you guys think? Is this after one of those horrible oil spills? And like, that's what we're working with here? Because why does the water look not right? Oh, God. You mean AI on Lori Vallow? It's not going to know. But we can try it, but it's not going to know. Is that, do you mean they as in AI or they as in, oh, Arizona. That's what you mean. I see. Because, right, Arizona. Well, actually, that does make a good question here. What about, again, wouldn't it be funny if it was in different colors? I would lose my mind. So funny, right? Because how does it make a decision if it's going to give you something that looks like a real picture? Like, again, when we did South Carolina, North Carolina, and other things, right? United States and many other things, it gave us like, again, like that art, if you want, whatever you want to call it. But this looks like real images, which is so funny. I mean, I know it's not real, but like it's supposed to look like you could have taken a picture. So funny. How did it make that decision? And why does it vary by the state? How funny. So, but see, that renders the question I had about the color choices irrelevant. So, damn it. What about New Mexico? Yeah, thwarted by the realistic pictures. Thwarted, I say. Thwarted. Oh, good questions. Life on Mars, aliens, we'll do. We will do. Weird. It definitely has an internal bias towards the Southwest, I would say. Because like, how come in the Southwest it's just getting better quality shit? Okay, let's try. I have to say though, I'm so glad we're missing the dark green, but other than that, we're still in the same color palette, right? Yeah, like now what are these other worlds that it's having? Now I do appreciate this one because it looks like it's got like an Aztec monument. So I do appreciate the open-mindedness that potentially there could be like past ancient civilizations. That's pretty good, right? I guess that could be somebody's theory. Maybe that's why. Okay, let's try aliens. Ah! Well, again, we're going to see how it deals with the typo A-lines. I have no words, right? I just don't even know. I don't know. I want to know how it got there, but we will never know. Let's try aliens correctly now. The bunny was cute, though. I don't know why it was so small relative to the nuts, but, you know. Big nuts, baby bunny. I don't. Whoa. Interesting the choice of colors, too, right? Huh. Why did it do that? It's like aliens are all of a sudden not in Arizona. How weird. Wow. I mean, interesting too. Like this one here has a bit of a Yoda vibe, right? With the ears. Shout out to Baby Yoda. I mean, I don't know which one that is because isn't that all about Flash? The big blue one? Which one? Oh, drones. Yeah. Some of these, at first I thought these were mushrooms, but then I was like, that's not. I think those are some other thing. Big blue. The last one, like bottom right. I had the big blue one. That's hilarious. Bottom right. Which one's last? This one's multicolored, kind of, compared to the others. This one. This one's got kind of like a ET vibe with the nose. Yeah, that's exactly right. Alien motion. I wouldn't be surprised. Mushrooms are weird. I will just say mushrooms are weird. What about, let's try this. LSD. Doesn't know. Am I going to get banned? Is it going to, yeah, there it is. Damn it. Fuck. That's stupid. Let's just see to what extent it knows words that could be other words, but could also be other words. Like, oh, this is just an innocent name. Y'all help. I just don't even know. Of all the things. Different dog breeds. Okay, this, I guess, is supposed to be like a collie, maybe? I mean, none of these are like on point. Like, what is wrong with this one's eyes? Oh my God, is this one on drugs? Oh my God, is that one on drugs? Is that what that is? Maybe that's what that is. And that one, like, maybe has something going on. Oh my God. Why is it dogs? I'm so... I mean, I feel like it's going to get squirrels pretty much regularly, like, but we'll see. Yeah. Now, let's just talk about this because this looks like an eastern gray squirrel. That's the kind we have here. Now, these are the red squirrels. Now, these are usually found in Europe. What you will notice is that they are smaller, they are red, but they have ear fluff. Now, my stuffed squirrel, his name is Hans, that I have is a red squirrel with the ear fluff like that. He's so cute. And he's very realistic looking. And these are also red squirrels. Now, these ones, I don't know what type. I mean, there's a lot of different squirrels, right? But like also these ones don't look as normal to me. Like, I don't know, this might be that sometimes they get the one fuck up. This could be the one fuck up. These ones all are on point. Like, cause see, this one has that weird thing on its face. I'm like, I don't really know. I don't really know about this one, but these are all good. These two I think are the best. That is so cute. I love you. Sorry. I just have to say that because it's squirrels. I just love them so much. Let's try, okay, we got wolf spider. I also want to see what happens if I put your dog's name in, Heather. Wolf. Oh, I see what you're saying here. Okay. Yeah. Interesting that it would have blocked that with all the letters. YouTube is so funny. I mean, it looks basically like the tarantulas, doesn't it? I don't think it knows. Let's see. Oops, not, oh my God. Wouldn't that be cute if the pit bullpotamus had a ear fluff? Disappointing is all I can say about that one. Disappointing. Like, really? I mean, like, first of all, even if it's just in the realm of pit bulls, they all can look very different. There's many different color patterns. They gave us 4 almost identical images. Like, that's really disappointing. And never mind, there's nothing else about the potamus. We just completely ignored that one. Wow. Oh, that it looks like your dog. That's really funny, though. That's interesting that it looks like your dog. Huh. So maybe that explains it, because it like literally specifically knew exactly what that word was. And it was like, that's Heather's dog. AI, do you know that that's Heather's dog? Werewolf. It's thinking. I mean, that just is like normal wolf, right? I mean, that just like wolf with a mane, maybe. I mean, because it's, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's supposed to be human and wolf, right? I don't know. I feel like there's a, I mean, but it's only giving the head, so that's part of it. Yeah, I can put Nightbot, I can tell Nightbot, hey, Nightbot, will you put a link in the chat for the Discord, please? Okay. Thanks, Nightbot. American Princess is like, yep, I'm done. Good night, American. Thanks for being here. I promise we did actually the appeal earlier. This is just too fun. We did the appeal for a long time. So yeah, we did good. We were on topic for a long time. But good night and happy holidays. Thanks, Flash. So hopefully that link works. Sometimes the links, I mean, I guess maybe they expire. I don't know. So if you have any trouble with the link, just I can try to reset it. Or you can always just type in Law Squirrel and search for that. And you should be able to find it because you'll see the squingwin. Okay, just try searching. I don't know why it does it. Just try searching for Law Squirrel and you should see the squingwin. Very weird. I'll make sure I reset it. Happy holidays back to you, American Princess. It was so funny with Duffy Hurt when I was doing all those sidebars and all the holiday sidebar songs. Oh my God, that was so unhinged. That was so unhinged. That was so unhinged. That was so crazy. I made sure to, like, in every video be like, in case anyone's watching this in a different year, in a different month, and you're like, what the hell is happening? Let me explain what is going on. Objection, hearsay. Oh, there were so many good ones. There were so many. Oh dear. It took you there? What took you there? The link or the look searching for Law Squirrel? I mean, it should take you there. Something should take you there. Interesting. I mean, I don't think that's quite what it's supposed to look like. I mean, when you eat it, but that is really sad to me, though. Like, it's on a plate ready. Like, that makes me really sad, actually. Oh, interesting. Weird. That's weird. Well, that's good. I'm glad. I mean, good, weird, good. Oh, good. Yay. Let me see if I can pull it up. I still have my calculator open. That's funny. Where did you put it? Let's see. Is that your actual dog? Wow, you're right. It does look exactly like, that is crazy. Yeah. Wow. You were not joking. You were not joking. That's crazy. Holy mackerel. So by the way, too, just looking, I guess I should I got to make a note to make a, Michael Peterson, but yeah. So like most of the conversation, like just random conversation happens in the Squirrel crew. But then I guess again, like just another example, like I think I realized, what was it yesterday that I didn't have an actual thread or channel thing for Idaho v. Cobra, which is again crazy. But so I just made that one. But yeah, so we've got, so again, not every trial has a thread yet, but some do. But we also have things like, what we do. It's if you feel like sharing what you do or like where we live. Like there's some other fun things on there. There's like food, you guys can see, but yeah. And the upcoming Squirrel videos. It's weird that you didn't get any notifications flash because usually they come through. But I need to make a pet. Do I not have a pet specific one yet? That seems impossible though. I guess people have been just putting pets in like, just like like other places. But that's funny that I don't have an actual specific. I'll make one for that too. Let me see if I can do that. We will have to call it Paw Nerds. Okay, that should be there. Let's see. Yep, Paw Nerds. There it is. Paw Nerds. Of course, for anyone that has like fish, still counts. Any animal counts. Why won't you let me? Reorder. Here we go. Okay, so I added a Paw Nerds. I need to make them Michael Peterson. So Paw Nerds. So it's crazy I didn't already have that, but yeah. So that's for because everybody has got pets, obviously. And let's do I'll go ahead and make Michael Peterson so I don't forget. Not to be confused with Scott Peterson, who my cousins and aunt and uncle were the next door neighbors of when all that happened. Shared the backyard fence with them. Okay, so I'm just making sure. Okay, that should be there. Hold on. Okay, so Flash, if you're still listening, I've got Michael Peterson on there now. I made that since I was already like, well, may as well do it. Yep, there it is. So we got Michael Peterson, we got Paw Nerds just added. And then again, Idaho v. Cobra was added like today or yesterday or something. And I needed to make a Murdaugh one because that's bizarre that I don't have that. Like, it seems like that again, even though it seems like it should have been the first thing I made, it was like I don't even think I even knew what channels were back then when I was like, you know what I mean? So I just didn't even know, which is just funny. Let me do that because that's mandatory. We're going to call it Murdaugh. And there we go. God, we have so many. It's so funny. When I first started with Discord, it was like there was just literally nothing but Squirrel Crew. And it's like once I learned that channels were like a thing, I mean, I maybe imagined having like, I couldn't even think of any. Like, it's just so crazy. I never would have imagined like, and honestly, it's like, as you guys see, like, it's not, they're minimal, but like there's so many. It's just crazy to look at. Like, whoa, Anyway, so all that is there. Yay. You put a food pic. Is that in the food? Let's see. Oh, good one. I mean, well, actually, is that whatchamacallit? Is that, oh, what is the word? Hush puppies? Is that hush puppies? It looks like it could be hush puppies or some other fried concoction. That's funny. Very Inception-y here. We'll try, and actually Inception would be a good one too. Let's try Grinch. Oh, it's well, deep fried tarantula. You're gonna be like, how did you guess? Because that's just really disappointing, really. I mean, what the fuck? I don't even have words. So it knows the Grinch is green, and that's about it. Deep fried. Is it another bug? Inception. Not a bug. I mean, like, these kind of look like shower curtains, like tapestries, you know? I mean, nothing against it, but like, I don't know. AI's got a lot to learn. We have learned that. AI has got a long way to go. A long way. Guy in the wheelchair? Are you describing the movie? With the wheelchair? Hold on. A tree. Crap. I wish I knew. The guy in the wheelchair is throwing me off. I don't know. I may not. Maybe I haven't seen it. Okay. I give up on the food so we can try to think of the movie. The last image. Oh, okay. Let me go back to Grinch. I don't know what that means, turtle nuggets. Oh, it gives different images. Well, weird. That's interesting. Because the one on the top left was one of the same ones I believe it showed previously, but Avatar. Was someone in a wheelchair in Avatar? Interesting. Good job. Well done, Heather. So that's something to learn. So now we know it may not give you the same images. It might change its mind. Weird. Oh my God, look. I didn't even notice this. Look. Refresh. If only I could see things like that work. So, wow. How interesting. I would imagine, though, that the first set it gives you is what it thinks is like the best, right? Like, here's my best job, right? What? Wow. Yeah, Avatar. I see what you mean. Like, this one is giving Avatar here at the top right. That seems Avatar-y. I don't know what else to say about the rest of these. There's no words really as to these. I don't even know. That's a great question. Let's find out. Wow, look at this one. That is interesting. Huh. Yeah, it clearly hasn't learned what Prosecutor Santa. Hey, that's a better idea. Let's try this. Prosecutor Santa. Well. Look at the bottom right. I shall say, I do declare that it's pretty darn close, honestly. One of the most spot on. Well, the prize goes to Heather's dog because it was like a spitting image. This might be in second place, bottom right. Now, as for one of these ladies, I guess you could say kind of similar to like Ann Taylor, just with like blonde hair, but like this. Now there, I think they got confused because that looks like a stethoscope. Versus a that would be, and it's missing the hat. So this is pretty spot on though. Pretty crazy. It really does. It really does. Isn't that crazy? Smurf. I mean, he's named Prosecutor Santa for a reason because even the AI got it. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty close, right, to Smurfs? I've never seen Smurfs, but I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like they're blue cartoon people, kind of. I mean, are any of these accurate? I mean, I don't know about this one, but that one maybe? I don't know. Are they blue? Is their skin blue or do they wear blue? Or both? That reminds me of another thing. Let's try troll. Ew. The first one I saw was that one. That's why I said ew. But honestly, werewolf, right? When we did werewolf, wouldn't that have been a better, really, that one? I think it's getting its mythological beasts mixed up, like trolls, werewolves. Like, I think it needs to work on that. Like, one of the things, like, if I could give it feedback, AI, like, there's a lot, but we'll start with this. We need to get our mythical creatures, like, figured out here. Okay. Because we cannot be mixing them up. After that second task, learn your hybrid animals. Because that's what matters. Well, I mean, it could very well could. How many times has it given us lion's heads? Like a fuck ton. So yeah, that would have been totally plausible. Dragon, I think, will be easier. I love dragons. Just as I say that like an adult, I'm like, wait, I sound like a 2-year-old, but anyway, it's okay. Wow, not on point. I mean, no, not at all what I was wanting. No. Sorry, no. Nope. Ooh, I wonder if it knows what a velociraptor is. I'm not even going to do violin because if it butchers the violin, totally, I can't, I'll no, nope. And I feel like it probably won't get it right because even humans don't get it right when they're trying to draw that. So yeah. Interesting. We're back to Arizona. We're back to Arizona, guys, just in case anyone was lost. just so you know. Now, this one, remember, we know that the AI has learned the palmetto tree. So I think this is like era South Carolina back in the dinosaur days, because that is a palmetto tree. I know, right? Okay, let's try dinosaur. I don't have words. Like, what is happening and why? Just why? Like a children's book cover, right? But like you give it a specific dinosaur and it's like, this is just really interesting. And why does it do it all? I don't even know. This is really weird looking and I don't like that one. Wow. Will do. By the way, you probably, I don't know what that is, and I'm sure you will enlighten me, but I will type it in exactly as you have it. But I might capital E. Well, I mean, I hadn't even thought about that yet. Like, does capitalization make a difference? 47. That sounds like a potion. Have no idea. It sounds like a potion or maybe an airplane. I'm just literally, I have no idea. Okay, interesting. Is this on point? Does it seem to do better with like weird or like theoretical? Like it did pretty well with that one saying the gamma things. That's the best I can do. And like that one, the couple different sayings, right? Like, and then there were a couple other things like that that were kind of like on point. And then now we got this. So, okay. I didn't know that that was related to Freemasons. And I have no idea if this is like, I mean, there's no triangles, right? Or well, I guess technically all these little things are triangles, kind of. I think of triangles, you know, Pythagorean. Yeah, you know, that begs the question. Like Aristotle. I mean, I think that's pretty, you know, yeah, okay. Looks kind of like what I would expect. Like, does it know great? Okay, that's interesting. What about like Shakespeare? Oh, no. Bach. Does it know? Does it know Bach? All right, I can explain this one. So Bach, like the composer, J.S. Bach. Bach in German means river. So I was actually, as it was taking a while, I was like, I wonder if it's going to think I meant this in German and it's going to give me a river. So let's try it again and be more specific. If we need to spell it out, we can, but we'll start with JS. Let's see. What? Which one of these things is not like the other? Although I happen to love horses, and this does look like an Arabian, which is my favorite horse breed. So nothing, you know, it's just, you know, just very much, and like, yeah, right. Accurate. Also, that's really interesting. Heather says, I learned astrology over 20 years ago. Interesting. Wow, that's really interesting. Right. Yeah, right. I know. What if let's see if I spell it out. All right, let's just say. Will you do any better? I mean, again, the Aristotle gave me hope, right? I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. That looks like him, maybe. I don't know. I don't know that anyone really knows, but the sculptures, whatever. On point to a certain extent. No. And what is that? What wait. I mean, first of all, this looks kind of like Shakespeare, but if Shakespeare was in the wrong century, and I don't know what's happening with these people, and then this is how do you get there? How do you get there? I mean, maybe some of the guys on some bill. What is a Krampus? We'll type it in. I have not, here's the thing. I have not seen cash in like real life in, I don't even know, a decade, maybe something like that. So I really don't even, I forget that it exists. Like until I see something like this, literally it's not even in my realm of like, I forget that, like I don't ever see cash and I just forgot that it existed. Isn't that funny? What is, whoa, is the, all right. Okay. So this looks pretty much like what you're describing. Funny how it's spot on with certain things. That's a great question. That's a great question. Let's do that. Heather seems to know like everything. What do you guys think about this one? And also there's the boobs again and the thumbs up. Is it thinking, this is interesting. It's like it wants it to be good and not God? How? How does it not know that word though yet? Like considering how well it's done with certain other things. The boobs are just, wow. It's done this with other ones. I don't remember which ones at this point, but there's been other ones where it did this thing where it took glasses and tried to put a word in the glasses. I don't know where it gets that from. That's very odd. And now we've got another one of these people with a mouth and no eyes or nose. Again, I think another key takeaway is that one thing it has learned is that boobs, like boobs, just boobs whenever you can, boobs. Like skinny white women with boobs. Like it definitely favors that if there's women, like without question. No, and then isn't that crazy? Like I think at this point we expected something different given what we've seen. Like it got Matrix way better, right? Like it's like it misunderstood the word. Maybe if I capitalize it, let me see if that makes a difference. Maybe it thinks I was a typo on my part, which I've had a couple of those already tonight, so that's plausible. Let's see if that helps. I mean, it's got to know, right? Like it's got to. I don't know how it couldn't have. Okay. Well, now we know the capitals can make a difference. Interesting. Wow. Huh. The art here is very reminiscent to me, like especially in this one and this one, of what's the word? Orthodoxy. Like they have the icons, the art is this reminds me kind of that. So that kind of makes sense as to how it got some of this. I mean, the wings, why are the wings where the ears would go though? Sorry. Like, hold on. It's like it's got wings coming out of the ears. That's interesting. That's a new one for me. I mean, great question. I mean, right? It's this I don't even know. Interesting. Jesus reinvented. Just when you thought you'd seen it all when it comes to different types of, like, I don't know, what do you want to call it? Deities or, like, you know, religious figures. I don't know that anyone has ever imagined, you know, in the different ways that Jesus has been imagined. I mean, this has got to be Jesus, right? I don't know that anyone's imagined wings where the ears would go. It's a new level of creativity, perhaps. Hey, you know what? At least there's no obvious cleavage. I will say that much. Props to you for that, please. That there's no, like, in your face cleavage. It does look like the guy from Wayne's. Right. Yeah, it does. Wayne's World party time. Excellent. Wow. Whoa. What is happening here? Very weird. Like, this shouldn't be hard. This one shouldn't. Let's try Santa. Like, we're lobbing you. Maybe I need to capitalize the S. Like, we're lobbing you softballs here. AI. Yeah. Oh my God, you guys, why is that creepy? Are you guys Did you guys be like, oh my God, that's creepy? Like this? I don't know. Something's creepy about this. Why is it creepy? It honestly, the Bill Thompson ones were less creepy. These are creeping me out. Ew. Why? What? There's something. What is it? Something's creepy. I can't put my finger on it. Huh. Yeah, it's got a weirdness to it. I mean, they're all smiling. I mean, right? But like something it feels like something feels off about it. Isn't that funny? Like something feels off about it. Like weird. Huh. Like they secretly eat people in their spare time or something. I don't know. Let's try pirate. Like, are we going to be seeing one of those AI images in a trial as the defendant in a criminal trial? Something like. They're all female? I mean, okay. And well, naturally, there's going to be cleavage. First of all, I do appreciate that, but it's weird that they're all female. Like, and why does she have no arms? Did she lose your arms off? I mean, she doesn't look too upset about it, though. Like, I will say, she seems to be smiling despite having no arms or legs, for that matter. I was expecting, like a Captain Hook type of thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know. You know what? Speaking of which, so I had a friend in college who was a bandmate of mine, actually. And he was born and raised in the ATL, Atlanta, Georgia. And he would talk about this bar. I guess it was a strip club downtown. That it was one of those things. It was like kind of like an inside joke. It was like a locals knew about this place. Okay. And I swear to God, here's this place. Okay. I have to say, this was meant to be, okay, how to say this? This is not meant to be disparaging. So this was like, this strip club, apparently it employed a handful of strippers, but like the featured one or whatever was like, the way they described it was like this lady who was like elderly and had a peg leg. And it's not like they would tell you that it wasn't sad because she loved what she did. And they would go there and just like hang out with her. I don't know that she really was like, I don't know. It was a strip club. But like, I don't know that anyone was like there for anyway, but they would go on a regular basis and like hang out with her because they thought she was cool as shit, but she had a peg leg. And I think she might've also had an eye patch because the description was like, oh, this is a pirate. And they said that it was the type of place where like, it was like, you'd never even know there's no signage. It's like a hole in the wall. And again, only the locals know it. And when I was visiting, they were like, we almost went, but then we went to some other place because it had all the, it was like more akin to like a real live, like, what's the right word? Club experience, I guess, because I was like, whoa. And it was, oh, you know what it was? Oh, they had just finished a big roller derby tournament. And that was popular at the time. And so it was like people might be getting in fights like J Shore style. J Shore is what we used to call Jersey Shore. And or like Bad Girls Club. And I was like, yes, let's do that. But anyway, so I never got to see her myself, but I did hear about her a lot. She's like a legend, apparently, this lady, and I don't remember her name. But that's what made me think of it, because it's like literally that's what is similar. Oh, I'm sorry that you lost that friend. That's terrible. I've never, by side note, I've never been to a strip club in my life. I mean, you see them on TV. I mean, you know. I mean, I feel like it might get pretty close on this one. I should, you know, actually pirate hookers, that would be a good one to do. We'll do that one next. Yeah, well, it's so funny when it's accurate, right? Because then there's times where it's like not at all. How funny. And it's like 4 of the exact same picture, which is also interesting. I mean, this one is slightly zoomed out. Has anybody ever seen the Alfred Hitchcock movie Vertigo? Because that's what it's making me think of. Like literally the scene from Vertigo. Is it Vertigo? Yeah. Vertigo. Like literally right here. Something happens. I don't remember what. But something happens like right there. I think there's another movie where something happens right there as well. Heather's laughing, and I don't know which thing, but that, whoa, it won't let me do hooker. That sucks, dude. Adobe, why are you so uptight? Why are you so uptight? Adobe needs a whiskey. I think that when it takes longer, it seems that we get, I was going to say more better on point results. Yes, I do appreciate the rocks glasses. However, the ice cubes though. Well, okay. Before we go into that, let's see. Scotch doesn't know a difference. Am I going to see whiskey without rocks? Because that would be good. But again, if it can figure that out, but it doesn't know other basic shit, like what are we doing? Like it really has struggled hardcore. No, these are pretty much the same. Huh. So it hasn't learned yet about when you use rocks and when you don't, as in rocks as in ice, but the rocks glass is, you know. Let's try tequila. Tequila. Yeah, that makes me want a margarita or some tequila type drink, which I like haven't had in forever. Doesn't that look refreshing? Like it makes me feel like it's summer, even though it's 26 degrees outside. I just get that summer vibe from it. Well done on those ones. So it's alcoholic beverages, pretty well learned, which is really interesting. Funny side note about vodka. Vodka comes from the Russian word for water, which unlike pretty much every other word actually sounds kind of like the English word, because like that is not the case with anything. But the word for water in Russian is voda, believe it or not, right? So somewhat similar. So vodka, it's like little water, because whenever you add a K, it's like cutesy or endearing. So like instead of voda, it's like vodka, right? So, but of course it's in the Cyrillic alphabet, so it looks nothing like what we see. But anyway, funny. So because in other words, it's like almost like water, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know about like, well, interesting. I think it does better with the tequila and the whiskey, right? Because like really these style of bottles and glasses are not really what you would typically see. And here we got the limes again. How funny. Huh. What about, let's see. Let's try like margarita. Does it know? Yeah, incredible. This is this is blowing my mind. Like on freaking point. Insane. Is it the first thing it learned? I'm just blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. And what's funny too is the accuracy in each image, right? Sometimes it's like we would have 3 and then there's that one wild card. Like they're all on point. Wild to me. Wow. Wow. Oh, interesting. Metal grate on the bottom. I'm trying to think. I feel like I don't have that much experience. You're talking about like on foot bridges? I have a story about a bridge. So in North Carolina, actually, for you guys who have heard me tell stories about living in Boone, there's something that we're actually really famous for in the area. I'll pull it up. In near Boone, okay? And it's like a big deal. And so I was born and raised in Greensboro, but lived in Boone for, like whatever, like 11 years or something. So anyway, but growing up here, right, it would be like a field trip, right? Like, let me pull up a picture. Can it be big? So, here we go. So they would do like field trips, okay, to this. I guess there was only 1 year. So it's actually quite long, but you can't tell from this picture. But it's a mile high, as in a mile from the ground, swinging bridge. So it's a swinging bridge. So that's a picture there. This is Grandfather Mountain. So this is right near Boone. There's incredible hiking. Actually, there's a really crazy trail called the Profile Trail that I hiked one time. And it was like, I thought I was going to die. It was pretty insane. And there were the remnants of a plane crash, like a private plane that was up there, like a Cessna that had been there since like the 70s. If I were to show you guys the ladders, it would blow y'all's mind for that hike. I say hike. That doesn't do it justice. Okay, there's another picture. So when they did the field trip here, I was in first grade and I was so super excited. And when I was in first grade, so we went on that day and it was like a really windy day. It was really cloudy too. It was really windy. And so we got up there, right? And I was in first grade and they literally told me, I'm not joking. They literally said, you're not allowed because you will blow off. You're not allowed. You will blow off the bridge. You don't weigh enough. Because I was born premature, so I've always been little, like for my age and stuff. So like, I don't know how much everybody else weighed, but they were like, nope. And I was the only kid not allowed to go on the bridge. The whole first grade went, not just my class, the whole first grade. And so they made me go sit in the gift shop and sit there by myself for like however long while everyone else had fun up and down, parading up and down the bridge. And I sat there in the gift shop staring at postcards. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Right, she passed. I'm sorry. I don't know like her, but if she lived in the Fort Bragg area, was she in the military? Okay, you're talking about the ones you drive on. Okay. Huh. I don't know if I've ever a metal grate. I'm trying to picture. The bridges that I picture that you drive on are like concrete or whatever, like a road, but with something underneath it. It is the Rainbow Bridge, right? Yeah. You've been refused. Is that for your height? Let me see if I can show you guys. Let's see if we can find the ladder things. You guys will lose your minds. You just rely on it to fix all your typos, right? Okay. So I need to find, so there's different ladder parts. Some of them are like fine. And then others are like, okay. Because it's so insane. So remember, so this is like, where I lived for all those years, it was like, this type of stuff is like 20 minutes away drive. Okay. So I want the picture. Yeah. Accurate, probably understating the difficulty, I would say. So there's the profile. Yeah. Right. So when I hiked this profile trail, they didn't have the ladders yet. All right, people. So here's the thing. So you've got boulder, and it's, as you can see, it's pretty much vertical almost. You got boulder, and then far away is another boulder, the length of which is like several Mies length, right? Oh my God. I was there with my boyfriend at the time. We brought our dog. Our dog was an American Eskimo dog, by the way. I don't know how we survived. Like literally, oh my God, everything. Something. But here, I was just to tell the one part of the story I was going to tell, which is about the ladders, right? Because Grandfather Mountain, the profile. So this is like in that same, right under the bridge, right? That we just looked at, whatever, or beside the bridge. This is the same mountain. So there's all this, like these boulders and shit like this, right? Where it's like far away is another boulder. But like between the two boulders is death. And you have to get from one boulder to another boulder. And back then, these ladders, which, you know, some people might think those are not enough to make it safe, but those were not there. Let me go back and find, let's see. Oh, that's a video. I don't want a video. Don't do a video. Like this. Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah, he's alive. That's good. Good job. Where is that picture? See, like that's the part at the beginning where it's like fine. You're like, yay, running. Yay, fine. Anyway, I'm trying to find the picture that was on the thing. Again, like you start out, yay, great. See, look, happy dog. Well, they're just getting started. Okay, that didn't help me with this. So I was trying to find this picture. Again, an example of like boulder, far away boulder that you have to get to. I mean, you know, it's like you look at it and you're like, am I supposed to be able to fly? Right? Like, do I have to be able to fly? Because how else do I get from point A to point B? Right? You guys follow me? Like, isn't it insane? And the shorter you are, the more you need to be able to use your imaginary flight wings, right, to get there. When the space is like multiple U's away. It's just climbing, right, look at this. Climbing McRae Peak, one of the most dangerous trails in the, I don't know what it's going to say, but something. But that's what we did. We did this one. Now, we didn't know in the Southeast, one of the most dangerous, yeah. You know, and again, it was like, oh, we're going to have a nice hike with our dogs. See, because hiking is like life when you live out here, right? But this is not, you know, what you have in mind. Like, am I like, I'm supposed to be a professional here? Like, where it's, you know, I mean, oh, see, there's, again, the ladders were not there when I did this. Like, look at this, though. Look at this. Death. Again, none of this was there. Those ropes are there probably because this is almost vertical. None of that was there when I did this. You know? Yeah, none of this was there. I think I remember actually this specific one. My boyfriend at the time had to like throw me and hope I landed. He had to throw me. I'm not joking. Do you guys have any idea? By the way, so when we started out at the bottom again, where you saw the nice, pretty picture, we started at the bottom, it was like 75 degrees and sunny. So I was in shorts and a tank top because we thought we didn't know what to expect. And this was taking a lot longer, obviously, right? But because of the elevation, by the time we got to this death trap situation, it was frigid. We're talking below freezing. There was like, okay, again, here it was springtime, summery weather below. You're up here. It was covered in snow, I should add. covered in snow that probably never melts. It's probably there year round. Not even kidding. Covered in snow. And so we're talking below freezing. I'm in shorts and a tank top. He had to throw me, but it gets better. He had to throw me and hope that I freaking landed. And then once I got there, the next step was throwing our dog, my beloved dog, throwing the dog so I could catch the dog. But you do this over and over again. It's like once you start ascending, this is all it is death trap. But see, when you're at that point, what do you do? Because you can't actually turn around and come back because the way down is a different set of death traps. It's not a up and down thing. I mean, logically, it seems like you should be able to go the other way, but the trail is supposed to not do you're supposed to not do that for some reason. I don't even know why. I guess it's even more dangerous, which it's hard to fathom, right? Like, well, if you can get tossed up it, right? It's like, but getting tossed down it, I don't know. But you can't, so you have to, like, once you have to, right? I mean, it's so crazy. There's no way you can't back out unless you die. Like, death is the only way out, right? So you have to go all the way up to the top. And then you have to come back down, and it's not any easier, believe it or not. Now, normally you'd be thinking, oh, downhill. But yeah, but the problem is like when chunks of the hill are missing and it's just death trap holes. See, then it's like not fun. Oh my God, that day was insane. Oh, wow. She was in the Army. Oh, I'm so sorry, Heather. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. Wow. That's awful. I feel like Fort Bragg has been subjected to some certain issues. I'm trying to remember. There's like a class action lawsuit, I believe, dealing with Fort Bragg and people being exposed to chemicals. Are you familiar with that, Heather? But I feel like there's also been some cases of women being not treated appropriately, which, honestly is pretty much par for the course. Shouldn't be, obviously. But, I feel like you hear about that more and more. And whatever we hear about is probably the 0.000000001%. It's funny. If I take a closer look, actually, here, those look like they might be icicles hanging down, which, again, wouldn't surprise me. Yep. Feeling, oh no, this is re-energized. So the Appalachian Trail also goes through this area. Yeah, there it is, hiking through pockets of snow and ice. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's like with the ladders, it's fine, right? The ladders do all the work for you. The problem is the flying part. With the ladder is fine, Oh, that's awful. Did anything ever come of that, Heather? Yeah, I mean, I just know that there's a number of cases that happen with these like military bases, I guess is what you call them, right? I mean, there's tons from dealing with military bases. And there's some that are known to have more problems than others. I feel like Fort Bragg has kind of a reputation a little bit. Right. And of course, right. And that's the thing. It's like, I knew that, but I don't want to make I don't know, I guess just hoping that, I'm an optimist. Right. But that's, of course, what it's just like? It's just like when you try to make a motion to recuse a judge and the judge who is in question is the person who makes that, right? You know what I mean? I don't understand. Where they're the ones always that are going to be making that decision to recuse. Like what? Like, I don't understand. It's the same thing, right? It'd be like being in like elementary school and being like, here, grade all your own work. Okay, A+, A+, A+. You know what I mean? It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's stupid, accurate, ass backwards, accurate. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, did your sister ever have to go into combat or anything? I mean, You probably don't want. It's awful. Everything is awful. I wish we didn't need a military, or have one. I don't know whether I don't. It's just, there's places that don't do that, like Costa Rica, for example. Costa Rica, they call it the Switzerland of Central America, because like they don't have an army, and instead all of their money that they would put into like a military or whatever, they donate to or not donate, but they put into protecting the environment. So there's nowhere that you can go outside where there's not like a trash can. When I say trash can, I don't mean like what we would imagine. It's like permanent. It's like built in, and it's like metal, and it's like not an eyesore, even though it might sound like it. It's like they make it colored to like fit in with like, anyway, it's brilliant. In other words, they make it so that you can't litter, right? And and to protect the endangered species of the country. And they also put into having a national orchestra, which my parents had a friend who played bassoon. And of all the different orchestra jobs they had in the world, they said that, because a lot in the US, they don't pay anything, right? He said that in Costa Rica, it was the best job he ever had. It was like, they paid for all your expenses. Essentially it was just the best orchestra job you ever had. That it was like, you actually got paid well, like fairly at least, right? So like they put their money into that. And it's not like they're a rich country, because they're certainly not. But I don't know. Anyway, I don't know enough to even talk about things. But yeah. Okay. Overseas. Wow. So she'd been doing that a long time then, it sounds like. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to me because just like on a personal, like even before getting to the combat or getting to like the things that are uniquely like dealing with being in the military, like the first thing that I find so, I don't know how to say it. Like the first reason, I guess, why, well, there's only reasons why I would not ever be a fit for that, in the military. But just one thing that I think is interesting, right, is like just the rigidity of like before you get to all the other problems, right? Just like the structure of like power, and like everybody has to look a certain way and do things a certain way. Like, everything is so structured. When you think about it, it's actually kind of similar to people in prison. Although I would say that probably in the military, I think there are even more rules. It's kind of crazy to think about, isn't it? Right? Like at least in prison, you can, if you're a female, like you can choose to have your hair a certain way. I don't think you can do that in the military. I mean, there's a lot, like, yeah, interesting, right? Like they determine what time you get up, what time you go to bed. I mean, to my knowledge, right? You have to make your bed a certain way. Like a lot of that, again, similar to prison. But really, if anything, it seems like it's more restrictive in a lot of ways in the military. I mean, I don't know. That's interesting to think about, right? Huh. I wonder if anyone's ever thought of it that way. And I could be wrong. It's just that's based off of my limited knowledge. Wow. Wow. That's terrible. So I guess y'all weren't able, I mean, I don't know, there was no civil action taken or anything. That's interesting. I can't fathom how people thrive off that structure. That makes literally no sense to me. I wouldn't last 10 minutes. Honestly, I wouldn't last 5. But that's interesting that anybody thrives off that structure. Yeah. Yeah. I can't figure that out for the life of me, how people. I mean, that at least, okay, it would be worse if nobody wanted that, but like people were forced into it. Like it actually gives me some hope that some people actually want that type of structure. Again, I can't relate to it, but at least if that's what they want, then that makes me feel a little bit better versus like being forced into that type of lifestyle or whatever you want to call it. Because like everything in my being is like, that just seems not right. Like it doesn't seem like treating people like humans or something. I don't know. But oh wow, yeah, yeah, yep, that's awful. I wonder if that also contributed. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, the year 2020 could have had a number of involved. It could have been involved, right, in a number of ways, like in terms of the issues, like is what I'm saying. I think you probably know what I mean by that. Like, you know, yeah, that was such a wild year. Yeah, but it's very different. Everybody's told what to do. Everybody has an authority figure, really. You know what I mean? Like somebody to report to, whether it's a boss. And that's, you know, but I guess the difference is like you can't really, I guess my impression of the military is like you can't really have an identity, right? Like you can't, like you have the uniform, right? But again, like you have, like, I guess the other thing too, right? The control over your entire life, your every waking hour, every sleeping hour, 24/7, 365, right? Like, you know, it's not like a job such as being a lawyer or anything else where you have an authority figure and then you get to go home and, you know, do whatever. And even if you're an attorney, you at least have a lot of, I mean, God, you have way more freedom over, like, yeah, they tell you what to do, but like, I mean, God, when you compare the difference, like, you know, you still get to be yourself. You still get to be an individual and be yourself, right? Versus like, you know, having to, you know, the uniform and the schedule and like, you know, walk a certain way and talk a certain way. And I mean, they probably decide what you eat. I don't know. It just seems like they control every single minute and every single aspect of your life from what I know. But I mean, again, I don't have any real, that's just my impression. Yeah. Well, you don't have to share anything you're not comfortable with, but whatever you're comfortable with, you feel free. I mean, you know, if it would help you to talk about it, you know, Squirrel Crew is always an empathetic and compassionate bunch, and a lot of people have been through things. But you know, sometimes it helps to talk about things, and sometimes it doesn't, as we all know. So, but that's interesting. I wonder, so did she end up in North Carolina though because of that? Because of the fort? I guess that would make sense. I mean, another example, you don't get to choose where you live, right? They station you somewhere. Oh, Flash. We're glad you found this community too, Flash. Have you guys seen V for Vendetta? The movie? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Heather saying that the stressing enough that is that taking your life only amplifies what you're feeling and sprinkles it. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense entirely. Oh, wow. But she was there because of the military, right? Like she was there because she was at the Fort Bragg. Or was she like, all right, was she like doing something? Like, did she go to college? Like, was she already living in North Carolina, or did she just like move there because she was stationed? Yeah, Fort Bragg. I don't even like really have a good reference point as to where that is. I think it's kind of towards the beach, but I just know the way to get to the Outer Banks. But I think it's towards the beach. Um, very nice. Yeah, this whole area though, too, by the way, got completely destroyed by that hurricane. And you guys probably heard for anyone who doesn't have, like, I should have actually said, so you guys have probably heard Western North Carolina and maybe never even heard of that until the recent hurricane from a couple months ago, because Western North Carolina was like destroyed worse than like anywhere in the country, to my knowledge. And like, they're still raising money for it and stuff. But this is Western, like, Boone is Western North Carolina. All this, everything that I'm talking about here, this is all Western North Carolina. So like, a lot of this has been pretty much destroyed. There's still people, like hundreds of people missing at this point, months later. It's really depressing. So I try not to think about it, because this is like the place that I love and that I lived for so long. And I haven't been there actually since, I don't know, I haven't been there since for a couple of years, but yeah, I mean, it got really destroyed, and they're still, it's a mess. And especially because you don't expect that. Like, if you live in Western North Carolina in the mountains, usually hurricanes literally don't affect you at all. Like, that's not gonna be a problem. So it was just very odd. And yeah. I don't remember the name of it, actually, to be honest with you. I don't remember the name of it, because there were like a couple back to back. Like, at least that went to like the Florida area. My brother is a professional storm chaser, and so he goes to where the storms are. So he was actually up there when this was happening, and he was stranded because the entire interstate I-40, which, by the way, connects like North Carolina to California, it's like a big deal. But I-40, once you're going like in Western North Carolina, if you're on the interstate, that is the only road. It was ripped out, gone, destroyed, gone. So he was stranded, which, you know, he's equipped for that, you know, unlike some people that are living there. So he was stranded out there for a long time. But again, he was there on purpose to chase the storms. Helene. It was Helene. Yep. Okay. So she left Cleveland for the military. I see. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Were you guys close? Did she come back to visit, or were you able to visit her? And a drill instructor, I don't really know how that works. Like, is that like a, if you do that, does it mean you don't go on missions? That's not the right word. You know, overseas journeys. Is that like something you would do if you wanted to stay in the country? Or I don't know. I mean, I know what drill instructor people do, but like, you know, again, because I know there's like such a process to how you move up along the ranks and whatever, that don't worry. StreamYard just did the spinning wheel. Yeah, it's so crazy to think about things like that, where you just have like no control. I feel like, you know, in that environment, like no control over your own life. And that just seems crazy. I don't know how, like, you don't get to make any decisions. It seems like, I think if you're, well, that's good. So she came back often. Okay. Oh, interesting. Did she marry a civilian? I think that's the word, like civilian or another military personnel. Yeah, StreamYard did the spinning wheel. It's another thing I feel like you often see too with like the military stories, like that people that are out like in one of those bases. Like I feel like, I don't know, I guess it seems like there's a lot of marriage, which I know probably sounds weird. But it seems like usually it's one spouse is like in the military and the other one isn't. But I don't know what the deal is with that. If there's like, maybe it's like people that are drawn to like wanting structure and something I don't know. Just because, you know, these days the rates of people getting married or like having kids is like, to my knowledge, is, you know, less and less and less because people are more like not doing that. Okay. Discharged. I don't know what that means. Like, was she injured or? And that's the other thing, the benefits. Yeah, you could be right. That makes sense. That would make sense. Yeah. That would make sense. But hopefully, you guys know what I mean when I say that, like that, it seems like that's like the marriage, I would say from what I know, like the rates of marriage and stuff like are stable and not declining within like military personnel versus elsewhere. They're like, declining, at least, in the US, obviously. Flash is going to have to turn in soon. Yeah, I need to get to wrapping my presents, presents for my family. Which, by the way, I will make sure to put pictures in the Discord because I was describing to you guys the other day how my wrapping goes, and I haven't started yet, which is why I haven't put the pictures in, but I will put some pictures in the Discord so you guys can see. It's pretty funny. I've got sloth combo and dinosaur combo. I don't have any squirrel wrapping paper, but I might be able to get some tomorrow. But yeah, I've got sloths and dinosaurs and Santa, Christmas themed dinosaurs and sloths and stuff. So it'll be pretty funny. Oh, I need to get Frodo a present. I forgot to get him something. Every year I do that. I get Frodo something, but I wrap it really loosely. He always knows it's his present, even though all of my presents are wrapped terribly. He knows which one is his. It's always so cute. And he always can open it with his paws. And it's the cutest thing ever. And he gets so excited. So I need to make sure I get him something. Note to self. Okay. Oh, I didn't even know you could just like leave. So that's good. I mean, if that's what you want to do, it's like, I guess it seems like people, I guess people usually, I don't know. I just didn't know that you had the choice, I guess, because it seems like you don't have many choices. So that's good if you can choose to leave or not renew your contract. Okay. Big seafood. Interesting. Christmas. Yep. Yeah. So does Frodo. It's so cute because Frodo is almost 14. And but he does this thing I call random puppy, where all of a sudden he starts acting like a puppy. It's so cute. And he like really wants to like chew up something, like, it's just so cute. I love it. He gets a bit, gets the spunk in him. It's, like the other day he like chewed up a bunch of something. I don't even remember what it was. It wasn't that important, but I was so excited and happy for it because I'm like, oh, cute, random puppy. Like if a puppy did that, you'd be like annoyed because you're like trying to train them. But like, when you have a dog that's his age, it's like, it's a good thing, I think. Keeping that sense of joy and being like a little child or something. Seafood is a tradition in your family. Well, that's, are you going to have calamari? I know you said you liked calamari. I know we asked the AI about it and they didn't seem to know, but I know you've talked about, I believe you've talked about calamari, or you had a seafood lasagna you talked about. I don't know if that's calamari. Yeah. Well, guys, I hate to say that I don't think that I'll be having any live streams for tomorrow or the next day. It's possible. Well, yeah, it's possible I could have, I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here because it seems weird, right? Because like it's possible I might be able to have one on Christmas night. We'll just have to see. I don't know if anyone would even be there, right? But like I'm just I've been going so hard with like every day that's going to be weird for me. But if nothing else, definitely be back on the 26th. I've got like a bunch, I've got things planned for each of the different cases and whatnot. So it's just a matter of scheduling them. But I know for some people, the holidays are, I don't know. I know for some people, the holidays are not a happy time in that they might want to be able to have, I don't know. Anyway, but anywho. Yeah, that's fine. No rush. I mean, that's a long ways away before I would get to that because we got so many other cases. So no rush, no rush. But thank you so much for getting all that information, though. I'm sure your dog is so sweet. Please give him a big, it's a he, right? I think it's a he. Yeah, he. Give him a big hug from me, please. But you guys are great. It's been super fun. We scroll tangented hard. We got an A+ on the scroll tangents. We did it correctly. We scroll tangented appropriately all the ways. It was awesome. And it was super fun. So love that you guys hang out and we can just, be silly and goofy. It was just really, it's always fun when that happens. And the AI, you just never know where it's going to go with a live stream, right? But yeah, we can keep in touch in the Discord. And yeah, thanks so much as always for watching and for being here, guys. Heather, yeah, you definitely are good at scrolling. You fit right in with that for sure. Scrolling, yeah, it's a verb. It's a verb. It's a way of life. Not just an animal, not just a verb, but it's a way of life. I just made that. But yeah, y'all are awesome. And for anyone on Replay Crew, love you guys also. And I will see everybody soon. And love y'all and see you guys next time.